funny because, you know, this last year I was fishing.
Minutes.
So to update your app, you just need to sign out and sign back in.
Okay.
Everything else set.
Yeah, I normally just sign into it when I actually catch fish.
Okay.
You don't think that's me being a dick, like telling those guys, you know?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, I had to watch it back because it was kind of the same thing happened yesterday with those guys in that Alumacraft back there. They're drifting right into like this school of fish I had. And it's like I kind of got in their way a little bit, then they moved, and I asked them to move, and I wasn't sure if it was on camera, but I kind of said, I'm like, they can do whatever they want. I really want to catch as many as I can. They only have like another half an hour of this, and it's going to be done anyways. So I was just a little nervous. There's people here now, though, so I got to catch them quick. This wind should be just light. I'll be able to work it. You need a countdown?
45 seconds. We are live already, so.
Got one. They're all right behind me. There's some over here, but most of them are on the back.
Line's in.
Line's in. Good luck.
Thank you. Dang it. God, they're out there. That one just barely got it. Darn it. Rip. They're gonna bite. They're gonna bite. Just gotta get them. they're just barely getting it. I gotta slow down even more. More than yesterday. A lot of fish here. If they were biting good, I'd have 3 already. gonna be painful having to move this bait this slow all day. It's moving it so much faster yesterday and the day before even.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Championship Friday, I'm going to call it today. 'Cause
Absolutely.
It's Friday. Hey, let's go. I'm Matt Trotz, sitting next to me, the voice of the man, Russell Gehagen. How are you doing this morning, Russell?
I'm doing good. I had to get a cup of coffee to get going here this morning. It's day 5 of the second walleye head-to-head tournament of the season so far, and we've got ourselves a heavyweight battle between Kurt the Killer Grable and Anthony Engelbert.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting day. How's everybody out there in chat land between Facebook and YouTube? Let us know how everybody's doing. Good morning. Good morning.
I'm actually really excited that Anthony started with that 3-way program.
And I don't know if you saw, Russell, when he was setting up, though, he actually has 2 rods in the water right now.
He does. He's got one in a rod holder.
Yep, he's
Gotcha.
got one on the opposite side. Oh, there we go.
Kurt's hooked up.
And Kurt missed a couple of fish already.
Come on, be in the mouth. Be in the mouth. Yep. Yes.
Good fish. We're going to get a look at that
Yes.
chartreuse with that Kitech.
Oh my God, look how close. In the mouth.
Yep,
Literally
through the
skin
nose.
of his teeth.
Ooh, that's a great shot
This
of
is
that
gonna
bait.
suck working this bait that slow all day, but I just gotta keep catching them. Now these guys are gonna slide around me. Sucks fishing this spot. Everybody knows right where I am. Oh, yep. All right. All right. Man. Settle down. 2.8 or 3.8? 3.8. Yep. Good.
There you go, 3-pound 8-ouncer to get the day started.
Yeah, Kurt's off to a great start as we expected. He's 13 minutes in. He's already missed a couple of fish and caught one. Anthony's got a different program going. I'm really excited about that.
Oh, so we were mentioning about that. The opposite bait that he's not in the rod holder is a real bright orange.
Okay.
I didn't see what color this one was.
I'm sure he went back to the purple descent.
descent,
I'm
yeah.
sure he did.
So again, we'll be sharing some of these baits to the comments. Also be sharing the H2H 10 for 10% off the Reel Shot. Remember, if we continuously get the orders, we will go ad free with the rest of today as well. And on a Championship Friday, I don't think anybody wants any commercials. Do you, Russell?
I don't think so, no. I think everybody's going to be glued to their TV, their computer screen, their phone, whatever that is, and get fired up.
I just really got to make sure I'm putting my bait in front of fish whenever I cast because I'm moving it so slow. And, I mean, I'm just getting surrounded by people right now, so I just got to try to catch every one I can before these people blow them out of here.
Justin Anderson wants to know, did you get any gas station deals this morning?
We did not.
Oh.
We did not. For 2 reasons. Number one, I think the guys in the warehouse need to get caught up on what's going on. They're getting a lot of orders out the door, but more importantly,
There you look at that chartreuse.
yep, orange and gold is what it is. That's an orange gold Rapala, excuse me.
Yeah,
floater.
I'm not sure why I said chartreuse there.
Yeah.
For some reason I was thinking chartreuse in my head.
But we will have more tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So I'll be here tomorrow morning here in Appleton for my salmon school, and I will be bringing another gas station load secret meeting tonight late.
When we get a second here, Russell, why don't you break down for maybe those people interested in that salmon school? Is that one full already?
No, so that one is virtual now, so there really isn't a limit of people. So tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, I'll be doing a salmon school that will be, it's $75. You can sign up on the Reel Shot website. We could probably put a link to it on the chat board there. And
Yep.
basically, I'm going to go through 5.5 hours worth of salmon fishing, A to Z, spring to fall,
Whole bunch of them right
salmon, trout, all different types of techniques and things like that. Live, just like we're watching these guys fish right now, people are going to be able to watch me do this presentation live tomorrow. So if you don't have anything going on tomorrow morning, you're going to be sitting at your house anyways, and you do go on Lake Michigan salmon fishing, or if you're interested in going on it, this would be a great opportunity for you to learn.
Yeah, agreed. So that you said that was on the website?
Yep. Go in the bottom. Salmon school.
Oh, there it is. Yep, easy. So that's on therealshot.com here. I'm going to click on it, share it to the links right now. The other thing, too, is we had quite a few messages and comments yesterday. People want to know what Anthony, how he's got that deucer rigged up from his Panoptics.
Yep, so all he has there, as far as I'm aware, I can't speak 100% intelligently on this, but I don't think that is like something you purchased, that arm. He's basically just looks like he's got either a stainless or an aluminum arm that I'm guessing he just had fabbed somewhere. And what type of arm it is or whatever isn't important. You just basically need a pole, basically, that goes in the water, and you just mount that deucer to the bottom of that and run the cord up that and hook it to your Panoptics unit just like he has there.
We're actually going to, that's a great explanation. We're actually going to try to get his cameraman once he stops moving to ask him what he's got going on there.
Yep. The unit that we are selling, the ice unit, does come with a pole that will do the same thing.
Oh,
so
awesome.
it just may not be as sturdy as that one is, but it does come with it.
Jonathan Scott wants to know what time are they allowed to leave the launch. They got a, I think it's 30-minute drive window here.
Yes.
Lines are in at
30 minutes.
8 o'clock, so they can kind of leave right around that 7:30. And I don't think either one of these anglers are too far from the launch. Eric has a nice compliment for you here, Russell. He said he was in the first school before everything went down and is well worth the $75.
Awesome. I appreciate it, Eric. Thank you for the compliment.
Oh, there you go. Jeff Nectarline has a video on the bracket system on his Crazy Eyes page.
That's right, Corey. You're right. I did see that. So we could probably share a link to that if we find the Crazy Eyes page on Facebook and just share a link.
I know they have a YouTube channel as well. Let's see if I can find it. Remember, you can watch today's event a number of different ways. A lot of people have been switching over to YouTube because they like to be able to cast it over to the big screen. So you can watch it on YouTube, just H2H Fishing, or you can watch it on the H2H Facebook page, or a lot of people have been actually watching it on H2HFishing.com as well. So
Robert says Trax Tech makes a real nice deucer pole too. So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of options out there. I mean, truthfully, I think you could go to any fab shop you wanted to in your local area that does aluminum or metal welding type stuff, and they could probably cut you, one for whatever. But they will all work. I agree. Anthony's getting reset up here. He's making passes. A lot of people might think he's moving, but he's not really moving. He's making passes. He's only going to probably troll into the current.
I can tell everybody's been watching live because everybody's got basically the same bait on as me, and they're all trying to do what I'm doing.
Wind's definitely cold today.
It seems like it's cooler today than yesterday.
Yeah.
Ha! I would love to do a virtual hunting school. That would be so awesome. Turkey hunting. I was actually getting messages last night. One of my best friends has a tag starting next week, so I'm hopefully being blind starting Saturday morning and trying to film some turkey hunts. My goal, Russell, this year is I know enough people to be in the turkey woods every single season of all the 6 seasons this year, filming some stuff. So
Sounds like fun.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd be embarrassed if I told you my only turkey hunting story. It is kind of funny, though. I'll tell it to you at some point.
All right. I want to hear it. I think our viewers would like to hear it, too, at some point. Unless it's not viewer appropriate.
No, it's everybody appropriate.
Oh, perfect. The other thing, too, we got to remind people is we're doing our pairing show today during the stream, during the championship day here. So that's going to be a fun time.
For the Deja Vu on the Fox next week.
Deja Vu. Now, There has been a couple of questions floating around here. What the heck are we going to do Monday? Did you hear the forecast for Monday?
I did not.
Snow, cold, crap. So
Sounds great.
yeah. Yeah.
Sounds like we're gonna find out who the best fisherman is.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know why it's cut off.
That one wouldn't have counted for me. Snagged one right there.
Rick says, how about a head-to-head ice fishing? That would be awesome. Do head-to-head turkey hunt, Aaron. I've been telling Brian to do that since we started discussing this. Thank you.
God dang it. Slack line jumped on the way down. Dang it.
BJ says we stocked the brackets here at Sportamotive in Appleton.
I didn't think there was any way he didn't have it in his mouth. It just took that line.
BJ, for those who maybe can't get to that store, don't live locally, is there a way they can shop for that bracket online?
Bite again.
Yeah, everybody at home and watching, there's so many H2H ideas. I mean, we're just tipping the iceberg with this bad boy here. We've talked about bow fishing. We've talked about pan fishing. We've talked about sheephead, catfish, muskie. What am I missing, Russell?
Carp.
Carp. We talked about carp. I
Carp,
mean,
I think, will be a really big deal.
I agree. We had a lot of people yesterday, I think it was, when we started mentioning that.
Right down below me, and they knew what they were doing. I mean, fought it to the boat perfect, netted it perfect, but I do want to catch every fish I can. I'm not getting right on top of them, but I just want to get right above these fish.
Ryan, Anthony Engelberg right now is using a three-way rig, it's called. It's a real popular setup for trolling in river systems especially. And Kurt just missed one, I think, again. Basically what he's got is he's got a three-way swivel with a dropper to a bell sinker. The sinker size obviously depends on the depth and the amount of current that you are in. And also the dropper size, how much line you have from the three-way to that sinker, also depends on how far off the bottom you want to be. But a lot of guys are like a foot to 18 inches is real popular. And what you'd want to do with that line on that dropper is make that real light, 8 or 10 pound test. That way, if you get that weight hung up in the bottom, you can break off the weight real easy and not lose your lure.
Oh, great point.
And then on the other side, other end of the three-way, you use like a 4 to 6 foot leader to generally a Rapala, which is what he's got on now, either a 9 or 11 size Rapala floater. And he's using a purple descent color on the rod in his hand. He's using an orange and gold on the other rod. And that leader probably want to be 15 to 20 pound test.
I had a question already this morning on what Graybo's throwing. It looked to me like a chartreuse jig head with a Kitech. I'll share the plastics link here in a second. Oh yeah, H2H sporting clay. That would be interesting.
Just bump them. Come on.
I just saw you're not doing the Menominee River anymore. Yeah, we're really bummed about that one. We're back here, Deja Vu and the Fox, next week. A lot of people talking about the turkey idea. I think it would be just really simply, you'd take, I don't think you'd get 16. You could. I think it'd be the first one to shoot a bird, and then if it was, if you had a tiebreaker, would be the biggest weight or spur length or beard length or all three combined. That would be an awesome way to do that. Awesome. Aaron says I start next Wednesday.
Still nobody out there. on, fish.
Yeah, Austin, going forward, the new hook set rule for walleyes is
Every
way it's
single
the way it's going
they're
to be.
just as far away from every boat as they can be. I might only have about 20 more minutes to catch them in here before they all leave. The way it's going.
I agree,
This
Barry.
is-
The weather could play a factor today.
This bay has never had more than 2 boats in it.
So can you talk about using baitcaster versus spinning gear for 3 ways?
Yeah, so you can see that Anthony's using a bait caster here. I think that it's, to some level, it's personal preference on if you want to use a bait caster versus a spinning setup. But the nice part about a bait caster is there's a lot of reels out there now. We stock some of them here at the Reel Shot. That they have what's called a flip and switch, which is really nice. Actually, the new Okuma Convector low profile reel has
Well,
this,
I
which
got
is
the
really
one I
nice because it
got.
also has a line counter. And what that flip and switch does,
three
Matt, is
bites
you can
would've
just
been
hit the
really
button and to let line out, and then when you take your thumb off of it, it instantly
only see
stops.
one fish
Oh,
a lot.
nice.
So when you're
That
trying to
is
stay right on the bottom like Anthony is, that allows you to sort of
Leave with all the
adjust
boat pressure.
without
It's
having
left every
to
day, but they'll leave a whole lot
reel up
quicker
or do a
with one
bunch of
boat.
things every time or
Yeah.
turn the handle to click over the bail. So I think it's a lot easier to work a bait caster versus a spinning rod, but either one will ultimately work in this setup. But ultimately I think that new Convector low profile reel, because it has a line counter, which would give you sort of an idea on how much line you have to let out next time to get to the bottom, especially for his rod that's in the holder over there, right? Sometimes a number really makes a difference. He might know 21 feet out has been good for him. It pretty much keeps him right on the bottom. He could just set that rod on the line counter back to 21 feet versus like what he's doing right now with a regular bait caster. He really can't do that.
Yeah, great point. A lot of people saying it's unfortunate right now that Kurt's getting a crowd. Yeah.
The positive and negative of head-to-head right now is the positive is these guys are getting more exposure than they'll get on any other walleye circuit in the country. That's a fact, not my statement. That's a fact. There's nowhere else in the country that you're going to get 5 hours per day of spotlight coverage. The downside is exactly what Kurt said before. With the giant 172 bridge in the background, he's not hiding. Everybody knows where he is,
Yep.
and there's a bunch of guys going fishing today on a
Stressing me
Friday
out, all these people.
on the Fox River, and naturally they're going to surround him. That's just the way it is.
Well, like somebody mentioned on here, there's only 2 guys with cameras in their boats right now.
Yeah, it's not hard to figure out who's in the tournament.
Right.
My buddy Jason. Oh for 2.
We could have a night trolling tournament. It's just a little tougher on camera. You know, some of our cameras have that infrared and night vision on them, but I just don't know how well it would show. But it's not out of the possibilities as well. And then Austin wanted to know, how did you guys choose a scale for this? The Connect scale, Bluetooth, right to the phone, and his use of the scale, locks the weight in, so on and so forth. We picked a scale that we have in store. We picked a scale that we've all personally used and know how well it works. We're not opposed to trying other scales out for this. But I mean, again, like, because these scales are already here, it was a wise decision, on that part. If somebody wants to send us some scales to try out, we'd love to do that.
Well, I think it's a no-brainer that the future of this will likely be what he's talking about, a Bluetooth type scale that hooks into the app where you'll be able to weigh the fish, and the fisherman won't even have to do it. But I think the technologies won't even have to enter it in the app, but the technology I think is a little ways away yet from that.
Yep. Yeah, it connects. I mean, if they wanted to send us a scale to try, we'd be open to trying it out. These scales for us, I know people mentioned they seem like they're giving the anglers issues. They're pretty flawless. When you're just in a panic rush trying to get some fish weighed, I mean, they can be a little bit troublesome at time. But again, like, they're proven for us. We used them last year during the 2019 bass kickoff events, and most of the anglers thought they worked really, really well. So I have one. I love it. I think they're awesome. They're lightweight. You can see them very well. Somebody did send us a message yesterday that they're saying when they turn them, it's actually proven that like when they turn them that way and they tip them a little bit, the weight fluctuates a little bit.
Well, of course it is, because you're moving the, you're taking off the weight or adding a little bit weight to the, to the fish at that point. Because if you twist your hand, you're gonna take some of the pressure off.
Correct.
Of it, right? So, it's a thing where once they turn it to the cameraman, they need to let it set back in again to confirm that weight. That's all. Not the fast and furious start for either guy that maybe we expected this morning, but we are on the second day of a cold front. Fishing is likely to be a little bit tougher.
It's cold outside. I had 28 degrees this morning on my way in. There was some smaller bodies of water that I could see off the road that had a little thin ice layer, so it's chilly out there. Anybody get the chance to see Kyle Carpenter, the tournament director, on the news today? I can't remember what station it was, but he was on there around 5 o'clock this morning talking, and he's here now, and he's like, it's cold there. That wind is blowing right down the chute. And well, that'd be nice, Austin. We'd appreciate that. Yeah, yesterday, Vincent, it was fast and furious. Yesterday, I think Kurt was hooked up in the first cast.
Yeah, he did miss one the first cast this
True.
morning, but he had, I think we were an hour and a half in yesterday, and he had 30 pounds. Unless he goes on a massive run here, that's probably unlikely today.
Tim Meyer's on. He's one of the camera guys. Great job, Tim. Probably a little bit thankful he's at home on a nice warm couch. Jay saying there's 4 inches of snow in New York. I don't know if we have any special guests lined up for today in the studio.
Marianne Husky.
Oh, Marianne Husky's coming.
From what I
in.
understand, yep.
Oh, that'd be an awesome interview. John's got what size blade baits?
Half ounce is the most popular. 3/8 is also very popular. But I would say half ounce. I mean, if I was going to just stock a bunch of colors in one size in my boat, you can get away with using half ounce for quite a bit different depths and vertical or casting.
How about Nicholas's question here, Russell? How long staying on that spot before you move?
Which fisherman are you referring to? I'd like to know that before I
my guess would be Kurt, but...
And my answer would be simple about Anthony. He's already moving, and I would agree with that statement. If you've made 2 trolling passes through a pretty big section like that, you haven't got a bite, it's time to move.
Still seeing those fish. Thanks, Jim, for tagging all those companies. Kyle was also mentioning this morning that he's going to have that news station out with him in the boat next week. They were pretty stoked. I'll find out what channel that was locally.
Buddies out here taking pictures, watching. That's awesome.
Hello from Saskatchewan.
I just
Nick
gotta settle down. I'm just not gonna get a lot of bites. Not gonna catch a lot of fish. Just need to catch the ones I can, and hope that he doesn't mind finding a wad of them.
Nick asked, are there any rip and wraps left at the shop?
There's actually a fair amount around,
They're just gonna run behind me. Save it till the end so I can hit them all by myself, hopefully.
Hello from work with a thumbs down. Craig, we are trying to switch the cameramen up between anglers every single day. Good morning and good morning, everybody. Yeah, that was a pretty big run there.
A lot more people out here today, though. A lot more people out here today.
It's a heck of a lot colder out, but this little bit of wind we got makes it pretty enjoyable compared to yesterday.
All right,
We
well,
got
that was
going
a
for us. Heck of a
correction.
lot nicer out to fish.
They're actually keeping the anglers with the same cameraman just due to the social distancing stuff, which is a smart move. Less chance for cross-contamination or anything, so I apologize.
Has Kurt got 30 pounds already? It's almost been an hour.
Should we start the Pledge of Allegiance here, Russell?
I see that.
Just
Yeah,
tug
Evan,
at
we
the tail.
can have direct communication with the camera guys. I don't, Zach does. Corey Clark says he had to mention earlier he's missing Jesse already today, and he says, "Can we just all take a swig of Mountain Dew and light up a Marlboro one last time?"
Exactly. Yep.
Gotta get a bite.
Chris, I agree. That was a comment I was going to make. I was very surprised to see Anthony not start where he finished yesterday. He made a decision to go further downriver in between the trestle and the 172 and troll more of the normal trolling area by the paper mill. But now he's back up towards the dam, working that area he finished yesterday, and I was very surprised to see him make that decision.
Oh,
There's fish over there.
Not that I'm against it necessarily, but usually you start the morning off with your go-to spot, and I would have thought that would have been where you put 3 of them in an hour yesterday.
Oh, this current is screwy right here.
ha! Yes. Again, we're trying to get through all the comments here we can, and a lot of good mornings. Canada versus U.S. Yeah. Hello from the Detroit River. Backstrap and eggs. I'm excited for that one. But what was the one I just watched? We will yell when they catch a fish. We usually get pretty excited, especially today on that, another big fish coming into the boat. Yes, Eric, they are fishing walleyes on the Fox River. This is head-to-head Metro Madness. This is Championship Friday. Prize is $5,000 for first, and the runner-up gets $1,400. Lake St. Clair in his house. Tons of bass fishing H2H around here. I'll actually share the links to the registration page. Nate's watching from the job on his, from a van on his job site. Jason Klein's watching from Mississippi. I don't know what it does.
I don't know if that was a fish or not. I'd love to throw a blade bait or a rip and wrap in the cold and just make them react to it, but I just know I'm not going to get the bites. I'm going to hook fish, but they're going to swipe at it and swat at it, and I'm going to hook them in the face.
I like Richard's comment.
Gotta
Correction,
make them eat
mustache
stupid plastic.
madness. That's funny.
I shaved mine off
Eat
this
it
morning.
eventually.
Yep.
Yeah. Richard Larson, good friend. Good morning. Russ, you bring that boat so you and Matt can go fishing sometime? No, he didn't bring it along today. He's got his car.
I'm not sure we wanted to go today anyways.
Nah.
These guys look like they're pretty cold.
Yeah.
We'll wait till it's 60 or something.
Oh, Jason Klein's not from Mississippi. He said hold an event on the Mississippi. We do have some events coming up on the Mississippi. I wish I was in Mississippi. It's probably warm there. Plus, they're turkey hunting there already. Nope, nobody is hand lining. Good morning, Ricky. Everybody's kind of tuned in. Kurt was really talkative yesterday. He's
I think the one fish for 3 pounds almost an hour in is got Kurt a little bit frustrated maybe, or just, you know, just focused, whichever term you want to use. I don't know which way to describe it yet, but either he's just not overly confident right now yet, or he's just laser focused trying to make sure that he doesn't miss a bite. My wife, good morning. How are you?
Lewis says, no, that stash was epic. I'm sorry. I'll grow her back sometime. I get bored of facial hair after a while. I can't grow a full beard, so.
I can't either. Patchy here, patchy there.
I call it Joe Dirt. Thank you, Corey Clark. That's really, really awesome. Jeff, you can send a message to the H2H Facebook page with your contact information, phone number, email. We'll put you on the reserves list. I think we're good for the next couple, but you know, with every schedules changing and everything going on, you just never know when we're going to need another person. That's a real good question, John. At this point, they get paid. We are still working on the award show. I believe that's a good to go for 2021 for all the head-to-head events. That's where they'll get trophies. That's where we'll hand out other trophies for certain awesome stuff. So we're catching walleyes today, Matt. Oh, I agree, Bookham Dano. I think these guys are exhausted.
Yeah, they are. I agree.
I think it's totally a lot of yeah, there's a lot of mental game, physical game, everything like that. So Gar says he's in the same boat as us. I don't get it. Like, my younger brother can grow an amazing beard.
Just try to hop it in place and get them to react to that. They can just catch it on the way down.
Actually make a comment.
Slow, or just grabbing at the last second.
Anthony just went to his other rod, and he is using a line counter on his other rod. Smart move. I did not notice that before, actually. So he's doing that so he knows he can stay on the bottom.
Look at all those boats. A lot of boats out there already this morning.
Yeah, these guys are going to deal with more traffic today than they have all week. You know, some people are still working. Other people, you know, today was the nicest day out of the last couple. I was surprised when it was really nice earlier in the week. There wasn't quite the traffic, but that there is now for sure.
Ed's going to try a 30-day stash this month. That should be impressive. You'll have to send us some pictures of that. A lot of people have been watching here. We got Brady's been watching from the police patrol vehicle. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to announce that out loud, but I just did. Oh, Chad wants to know, did Kurt break the record yesterday?
He did
Just
not.
Just coming over the
Fish,
apartments.
fish. Anthony's hooked up
Sun will help a lot.
on that purple descent Rapala. This is actually playing out, Matt, exactly the way I kind of thought it was going to. What I mean by that is I
Just
expected.
shifted a little bit closer to the dam from where they were yesterday.
I really did expect Kurt to struggle a little more between the bite slowing down and the traffic getting to him. I knew there was going to just be some public guys that just had to go fish by Kurt Grable today. So I thought Anthony going to a trolling pattern was going to give him an advantage, and I think this is going to be a duke out today. I really do. It's funny because I saw somebody put up a post and say, who do they think was going to win today? And I saw 30 in a row say Kurt Grable. And I thought to myself, do not count Anthony out.
No.
This is going to be a slugfest.
Oh. Richard says it's the water in Wild Rose makes your facial hair grow bad. There's been quite a few. We're not the only one, Russ. There's quite a few people out here that say they can't grow good beards. That's my one life goal, is to have a nice beard at one time.
I can grow an epic stash, but no beard. There is a sudden death, Justin, in case of a tie.
Yeah.
My leader.
We will not end on a tie today.
No.
There's the fish. It's a nice one. Got him. That'll weigh.
That's in the mouth.
Wow,
Watch out.
he T-boned that thing.
Oh,
You see that? He
man.
had it sideways in his
Yep.
mouth.
Someday puberty will hit.
I can't wait to see that
Other
other
one
rod
go,
take
yeah.
off. Just start pounding in the holder, right?
Yep. Good morning, Adam. Big old soul patch.
Right in the mouth.
Is that purple descent?
They're T-boning it again, so that means that they're hungry. Oh, yep.
Corey Clark's got the 4-2 already.
Zeros.
Zeros.
310.
Take that all day. 413.
413.
Wow. Theron, we plan on bringing this to a lot of different states. Good morning, Jerry. Good morning, everybody. That's an awesome start already to the day.
One of these days I'll remember Kleenexes.
Just farmer blow it.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
He's got tournaments to win. He can't be worrying about blowing his nose right now.
That's right. Let her rip, tater chip. Let's go.
Back on the dual screen here, we're going to get an update in a second on the scoreboard once Anthony finishes putting that fish in, and we're going to find out that this thing is going to be basically all but tied up. One fish apiece.
Fish. I gotta figure out how to catch one of those ones in there.
Mike says he'd put another purple descent on. I don't know, Mike. That's a great observation. Great question. Personally, I think I would probably give that orange and gold a little bit yet, just because it's a bright color, and I think you want something different, right? You might catch a fish on that rod that you wouldn't have caught on the other rod, but I can't argue that if he puts a couple in a row on that purple descent,
Fire up and the sun pops out a little bit, but
you almost wonder if you don't put two of them on then.
Yeah.
really scattered out.
Fire tiger would be another good color. Want to share a link to those Rapalas for guys maybe that haven't tried that?
Sure do.
All I can say, I was winning at one point today at least. We're gonna go back up.
Yep, go right back through it.
Get my stuff out of your way here.
Chris, the hats are not back ordered. We're doing a pre-order on them.
Oh, yeah,
So basically
well-
means that if you order it, you're guaranteed to get one in the first run. If you get it in the pre-order, obviously we don't know once we get that order in how many we're going to sell, how fast, yada yada.
There's been quite a few hats coming through on
Sorry,
the pre-order,
run
so
around.
I'm going to probably have to put mine on at some point today. I've been kind of hesitating, but sort of have a love for this hat. I hate to take it off, but this thing's seen a lot of salmon and walleyes in the past 2 years.
yeah.
You wonder if the traffic around Grable is starting to affect his fishing, or are the fish just not there? You know, I talked about this a lot yesterday in our post-game conversation, Matt, that I was a little concerned about Grable. I felt like he needed a little bit of luck because he's on a transition spot. And what I mean by that is the fish filter in and off that spot. It's not like these fish live there. Almost exclusively, all of these fish that are in these area up by the dam are not resident fish. They're transient fish that are moving in and out based on the spawn. So Grable is fishing fish that are on the move, and it is one of the best spots in the entire river that he's on, and they come in and come out and move across, and there's plenty of fish up by the dam yet that his spot could load up at any second, but he is waiting for the fish, where in return Anthony is going to the fish. By trolling and using that tactic, Anthony is going to the fish. John asked what kind of structure, so I'm assuming that Anthony's trolling the river channel. It's been hard to tell. I can't really see his graph, but I'm pretty sure he's fishing the river channel. I did hear him say before that he slid up towards the edge of the break a little more, so he might be trying to work the edge of that river channel break, probably more in like that 11, 12, 13 instead of maybe out in that 18, 20. If I was Anthony, I would work on and off the break. That's what I would do. That's what I like to do. Pole lining. That's what I would do. Three-weighing. You know, I would be in the channel. Then I would work the boat. I'd do an S-curve trolling pattern, basically. If you could imagine, on and off the break. I'd get up to the edge of the break, get up to that 8, 9, 10 foot maybe, and then come off back out into the deeper water and up there. That isn't a great program for the 2-rod thing because his other rod may not be on the bottom all the time. But it is good if you're for the rod in your hand because you can cover a variety of depths, and yet he can adjust his depth all the time to be correctly on the bottom. If Anthony can put another fish or two in this pass, he may put Kurt in a position he hasn't been in all week, Matt, which would be down by some real numbers here. And that we could see what Kurt's all about when he gets down a little bit. Kurt hasn't had to come from behind at all week.
No, he's always played from ahead. So
I agree with Jeremy. A good hand lining spot. I pole line, which is the same thing as hand lining, just with a rod. I fished a lot of tournaments with my dad when I was a kid, MWC tournaments, and he wouldn't allow us to hand line because he's got to chuff a pack or two of cigarettes a day, so there's no way he's going to have his hands full. He had to be able to pole line so he could set it in the rod holder and chuff down a couple of cigarettes. For him, he's on Team Salem, not Team Marlboro.
Oh, gotcha.
Look at a bunch of little whitefish all up high, and they just
So hard to
right by, like 10 of them.
stay straight.
Justin, the app does tell the other angler that that fish is registered.
Right now. I know a lot of people wanting to know about the pole that I got and wanted me to talk a little bit about it. All it is a Cisco rod holder that is, I happen to know somebody that fabbed up a few of them and just basically put a pole and you can rotate it. Obviously the handle, whatever way that's facing, I set up the transducer on the end so that it's facing so I know what way I'm looking and everything. But yeah, that's about all there is to it. I mean, if you YouTube it, there's a billion different ways you can make poles, and I just happened to get lucky and know the one guy that happened to make some of them, and he was nice enough to get me and my name partner Dylan one and a couple of our buddies. But it sounded like he talked to Cisco, and Cisco is looking into making them, but obviously with all the stuff going on right now, they are closed down. So, but yeah, I mean, it's just a Cisco rod holder that basically an aluminum pole pivots inside of, but I like it. It's slick. I mean, there's little adjustments that obviously it's the first ones, and I'm sure they'll come out with bigger and better things soon here anyway.
First cast, I missed that one, and before 20 minutes was up, there was another 6 people in here flying in on plane. People can do whatever they want. They want to catch a walleye, they just watch me do it the last 3 days in here.
A lot, and
they know where to go. It is what it is.
When you're in a river like this, it's very
every boat's got 2 or 3 people in it, and every boat's
back of the boat, front of the boat, everything.
I mean, probably every other boat is caught one.
It'll be
I don't know. I mean, the guys that are just stroking ripping wraps and blades, I don't know if they're getting them where I need them to eat it. But I know I've seen a couple guys get them on minnows, and I'm glad I got the one bite I did, the skin of his teeth. But just got to get a couple more bites. I don't want to leave this until I'm sure I can't catch one in here. I can just slide out a little bit deeper. Probably shouldn't even say that because these people are probably watching it right now. They're gonna be there before me. I don't know where I'm gonna go after this. How about that?
There you go. For those who were wondering, that's Anthony's pole rig there, and hopefully that Cisco company will come up with some pretty soon.
Sounds like Trax Tech's got it, so that would be the same thing. You know, Trax Tech makes the same sort of stuff as Cisco does.
We're catching fish up there again today.
Anthony looks like he's using a loose speed stick bait casting rod to me, but I don't think that
the slow bite does have a lot to do with second day after a cold front, and the water temperature dropped 1.5 degrees, which to us isn't much, but to a fish that's like 50 degrees night and day to them. So they're in a bad mood, but you add the boat pressure on top of it, and they're really hard to get to bite.
No, you cannot fish live bait.
So you'd have 2 options if you're thinking about getting a rod and trying to do what Anthony's doing. You're looking for just a bait caster rod. I'm going to recommend that Okuma Convector low profile reel. I'll have Matt see if he can look that up and get a link in there, just because it has a line counter and it has that setting for the flip and switch, so it makes it really nice to be able to adjust to the bottom. But what I would do, I personally would use a medium action, because if you're going to use braid, which you would want to use for this setup as your main line, I believe that you want to have something that's real soft. I like real soft rods. I'd rather have the weight bend the rod over pretty good and have it be soft, because when these soft mouth walleyes get up to the surface and they start splashing around with a crankbait hook in their mouth, it's very easy to pull the hooks out of them. My guess is Anthony's got a medium heavy based on the fact that when he's had some pretty nice fish on, it does not look like his rod's bent over very much. But I really prefer soft rods, and I would recommend for most guys to go with a softer rod than more of a heavy one. by no means am I challenging what Anthony's doing. He's a great fisherman, obviously, but it's just my opinion. I just feel like in that river situation with all that pressure and all that current,
Beeping?
it'd be
Was the
nice to
camera
have a
beeping,
little
or
bit
was it
softer rod.
my
So I'd prefer a
electronics
medium
beeping?
action,
Fish.
probably something. Oh, Anthony's hooked up right now. See, he doesn't have much bend there, and that's what I mean by the fact that I'm guessing it's probably a medium heavy. And I would guess he's got something in the range of a 6'6" to 7 foot.
Apparently I should have just came up here right away.
Yes, Anthony, you should have. But you never know unless you try. He was looking for some big post-spawn females down in that paper mill area, and you can't blame him for giving it a try, but volume of fish are still at the dam, and he's going to put on a clinic today, guys. I'm telling you, everybody was counting this man out, thought this was going to be a runaway freight train again by Grable, and I just knew when he got this trolling program going
I
that
don't think this one's a giant, that's for sure.
he was going to make some noise today.
This is not what I need.
Anthony adds another fish. I think it's going to be big enough to...
That one's definitely not 2 pounds.
Nope, he threw it back. He didn't even try.
But we're not even to where we caught the last one, so we can get it down.
So Matt's going to share right now a Lew's Mach Speed stick, 7-foot medium. We've got a lot of options in these, folks. I mean, we've got St. Croix rods, we've got Lew's rods, we've got Fenwicks, but this is a perfect example of what I would use to mock the pattern that Anthony's doing right now. A 7-foot baitcaster rod in a medium action. Jason, I think we know you can kind of hear our whispering. We're just whispering so that we can help each other out searching on the website just to find the right products. We're not trying to hide anything. We're just trying to make sure that we show you guys the right stuff. That's all.
Yeah, we're not trash talking anybody. We can hear each other in our headsets, but when we try to whisper to each other, then we can't hear each other.
Jeremiah, I would be surprised if Grable does not know that Engelbert is three-weighing. I'm sure he does. I would be absolutely floored if Grable throws anything today but that plastic for more than a couple minutes, and I would be really shocked if he switched over to trolling. He's been on fire for 3 straight days. I just don't see him giving up his tactic. He may move, but I'd be pretty surprised if he throws anything for more than a couple minutes other than that plastic.
Oh yeah. Yeah, good idea.
I would guess that Anthony's trolling Braden, excuse me, at 0.7 to 1 mile an hour into the current, which with the rate of the current is probably 1.5 miles an hour or so. And he's using a 3-way setup with a bell sinker and a 4 to 6 foot lead to a floating Rapala to basically work the bottom.
More fish back here. Quite a few more, but they look awful big. Hopefully they're not all carp. Hopefully there's like an 8-pounder mixed in.
Ross Hansen says, how about a zero electronics H2H event? That'd be interesting.
It would be interesting depending on where they were at.
Back up.
I don't think a lot would change in this event, to be honest with you. The numbers would go down, of course, the fish catch numbers, but these guys know all these spots. They'd be able to find these spots no problem without electronics.
Good bunch of them right here.
All right. It's funny, Jeremiah just said, pick me giveaway time. That's exactly what we're going to do, but we're going to do the first time we've done this. We're going to do double giveaway, Matt, right
Double
away.
giveaways, yep.
We're going to do one on Facebook, one on YouTube. All you have to do is tag 3 friends. Tag 3 friends, and at 10:30, we are going to announce the names of a YouTube winner and a Facebook winner who has tagged 3 friends. That's all you have to do on this particular one. We're going to do a couple of giveaways today, but we're going to start off with a double header right off the bat. So get on the chat and tag 3 friends. Try and get more of your friends watching this today so we can show everybody how exciting head-to-head fishing is on our Championship Friday here at the Fox River in Metro Madness.
One more pass with this color. Otherwise,
Yeah,
trip
on
is going
YouTube, we're just gonna pick somebody randomly that's on YouTube.
Okay.
We're not asking you to bounce in between. Oh, actually, no. There's some people coming through here, tagging friends on. Yeah, fishing with Planets is sharing some friends. So perfect. We'll just pick some random people here, and we'll announce it. You want to announce it at what time?
10:30.
10:30.
Yep.
And let the fun begin.
Why Not Charter says good morning. Zach, how are you?
While you're
Huh?
picking a name, Russell, I'll actually tell people what we're giving away. We're giving away. We got some.
Like that, so I gotta make hay while I can.
It ain't like this where you're
We got some high vis J braid.
like this, where you're,
It's 50 pound, but you can
sitting
use
in a
that for a lot of good things.
you get
And then
busted
a
up with people, he's out there.
a 13 lipless bait. So there's that's what both prizes are.
Hmm? I'm sure it's going to be a tight one down to the end. I hope I can catch a few, keep up with him if he keeps on getting them. I know everybody was probably just expecting me to come in here and do the same thing I've done the last 3 days. But
Some guys were asking about the rods
I
that
don't
I'm
think it's
using
going to
for
go
this.
down like that.
To thank the reel shot, I just went in there and they're probably all of Brian Keller's old bass rods. They're on in the used section, and went and bought some of the bait casting rods that work perfect. I'm not even sure. Medium heavy action, fast tip. You want a little bit stiffer rod, obviously, because you're using anywhere from an ounce to 4 ounces. So you want that backbone to be able to set the hook and fight the fish, because you already got that extra weight. But that's what I did to get them, I know that.
So what Anthony's referring to as the real shot actually purchases used equipment as well, trade
I
in
know
or
some guys use
purchasing.
trolling rods, and I'm sure it all works. It's just what I did.
I called that. I
Wish
figured to
could
get a
bite on
medium
the
heavy
other
rod.
so it'd make it worth reeling up every time.
And a medium heavy will work just fine. Like I said, it's personal preference. He's had a good catch rate so far. You know, when he gets hooked up, he's got him to the boat, so he's done well. Somebody asked about line counters. He has a line counter
Kids
on the
are
rod. He's
absolutely loving watching this. My 1 and 3-year-old. I get home every day and then I get to rewatch the day because they got to show me how I was on TV.
That's so awesome.
That's awesome. His family's
Not gonna
watching.
complain if I get to watch fishing on TV. But it's amazing how just this format. I mean, my 3-year-old, I'm not obviously trying to push him into fishing or anything, but he knows that I go fishing a lot. And he was never that interested, but all of a sudden when Dad's on YouTube and catching fish, now everything is fishing, 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 which is great. I love it. That's the best part about it.
Glenn, they can use 2 rods per angler. Great explanation there of Anthony explaining how cool the format is that his family can watch. We've been talking about that through 2 events now. Where else can your family watch you participate in tournaments? I think it helps make the family feel like they're part of the team. It takes a team, obviously. These gentlemen or gals that are married and have kids, your spouse obviously is holding down the fort while you're gone for. Anthony might have 7-8 days invested into this with pre-fishing. Same thing for Kurt.
Like
So
when there's no other boats around, so I didn't have to watch guys catch fish jigging. constantly and make me think about whether or not I should be doing that instead of this.
So that's what's so cool about this format. They can feel like they're in the boat with you, watch, cheer you on. Very cool deal, and I think it's one of the reasons why, a big reason why H2H is going to change the way people look at walleye fishing going forward. Yeah, it's interesting how many of their family members probably look at today and realize how cold and miserable it is out, how cold and miserable yesterday is, and what kind of work it becomes for these gentlemen and gals, fishermen, to be out there and, working their tail off trying to win these tournaments.
Kevin, I'm posting links to both Facebook and YouTube. I'm doing my best to get them in there a number of different times. I know we saw the comment yesterday. We will actually work on putting together something after this event for like all the products that people were using with the links and everything like that. But so they're going to the chats right now, and you just have to catch them while they're in there, and then I'll post a number of different times throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, one of the things I'm going to do, Matt, actually I thought about this week is I'm going to do a post H2H video starting after this tournament for each tournament on my Russell's Fishing Tech YouTube page, and that we'll obviously share it to the Reel Shop, both Reel Shop pages, Sheboygan and Appleton, just to basically give everybody an opportunity at one place, like you said, to see all the different products the guys were using, talk a little bit about their strategy, how they were using them. I'll set up a three-way rig like Anthony's using, similar to at least, so we can kind of highlight those things and then direct people to buy those. My go-to rip and wrap, John, would depend on the watercolor and somewhat the conditions outside. In the Anthony's hooked up.
Thinking spot.
This looks like a bigger fish. Oh,
Oh,
Got off. God dang.
I thought I heard him say it was the same spot.
yep. That looked like a bigger fish to me too. That thing had the rod bent over.
What's that link, Russell?
You can find my Russell's Fishing Tech
Sun pops out, give them an hour with less people around, maybe they'll turn on.
page on both Facebook, or if you go on YouTube and just type in Russell's Fishing Tech, you can find my page and subscribe to it.
I pre-fished all that stuff up there, and I know I could probably run
You
up
could tell
there.
that that one was hooked different.
catch
It must
some
have
fish,
came up
but
from behind it instead of T-boning it because it was.
Nobody
You
came
could feel
down
it
here by
shaking
me
its
the last
head,
2
and
days.
it must only had that back hook in it because when they T-bone the bait, they're just dead weight because they're kind of, their faces are kind of stuck onto the bait then, and you can just bring them in. But when they just nip at the back like that, when they shake their heads and you got a big weight on there, it's very easy for them to just pop them hooks right off.
Anthony giving you a good explanation there on why the leader type matters. You want to use mono as a leader to the bait because it has stretch. Fluorocarbon does not. Gives you some stretch in that setup because his main line is braid. And then the other reason why I feel like the rod choice is so important. You just do not want to use a pool cue type rod, a meat stick as I call it, because you're going to end up losing way more fish than you should. You got to be really particular about the rod. And I shouldn't have necessarily said only medium earlier because by the brand, some medium heavies act like a medium, some mediums act like a medium heavy. But, the rod he has might be plenty, have plenty of flex at the tip. But you really want something that's going to have some flex at the tip so that it can absorb some of the shock of the fish shaking its head around, which is what happened right there to Anthony. And that might have had nothing to do with his rod. It might just not have got the bait. Because he's had a pretty good catch rate, as I said, so far. You're always going to lose a few fish.
They're gonna move. They stopped in a good spot. It's right where I've been getting every bite.
Yeah, Anthony just mentioned that he's been getting the bites in one spot, or right in one little area. I would expect Anthony to start to narrow down his passes and maybe even see him, if it's really one little small area, see him start to go both directions. I've done that before. I generally don't do very well going with the current, but if you have your rods in the water, you know, you have a chance to catch a fish. You don't when you're powering, that's for sure.
Do you think if he notices that, Russell, he might just set up and jig that spot?
I hope not, because I think then he puts himself in the position that everybody else has been in, which is you're waiting for fish to move through. The one advantage to what Anthony's doing right now is if that little pot of fish that he's getting bit on right now happens to decide to move a quarter mile down the river, he's going to find them really quickly. So I'm excited. I'm fired up right now because I think Anthony's going to give Kurt all he can handle today based on what's going on. Andy wants to know when the rules for the salmon head-to-head are going to be published. I think in the next little bit here. I think we've just been really busy the last few days. We've been meaning to get it finalized. We have the rules pretty much done. We're just sort of want to tie them up. It's the basics are it's going to be 2 people, 6 lures, 10 fish max. You have to keep all salmon for the salmon tournaments if they're a certain weight or bigger. That's one thing we're working on yet is what that minimum weight will be. And you have to make all efforts to catch fish. That's pretty much the bulk of it, and the important parts. So it is going to be 10 fish. When you get your 10 fish, if you're lucky enough to do that, you're going to be done for the day.
I don't think anybody can move in on these fish either if I start getting them. They're deep enough where they're not going to get that spooked. They just got to bite.
Holy smokes. There's all kinds of people out today.
This is where I had my late morning run yesterday. I started popping them. I think I had like probably 4 or 5 and about 10 or 11 casts.
Justin, we're going to do the pairing show today, so
Yep.
We'll have a bracket today on next week's lineup. Larry, look forward to seeing you tomorrow in the salmon school.
Chris has got a good question there, Russell. You want to tackle that one?
Absolutely, and the answer to his question is yes. I've used 5s and 7s a lot in rivers. I think Anthony's using a 9 or 11, and he's trying to target bigger fish. But in a cold front situation like this, I wouldn't be afraid at all to drop down to a 7 or even a 5. On the Illinois River, in the Fox River in Winnebago, Mississippi River up in Red Wing, I've ran this program that Anthony has all over the Midwest and cashed some checks doing it. And predominantly with number 5 or number 7s, he's using a bigger bait than I generally use. But there's obviously some really big fish up in deep here right now, and the advantage of going with the bigger bait is bigger hooks, which is nice. But I wouldn't be afraid to downsize, at least maybe on his other rod, which he hasn't had a bite on yet. Maybe give that a try. I saw somebody else, John, said, is your last segment on YouTube meat fishing? No, John, I've put out 2 more videos since then, I believe. One on salmon candy flies, and I put out one yesterday on Fishhawk electronics. Anthony's using 2 rods, Nick. He's using one in his hand and one in a rod holder that you can't see on camera right now. Grable still is using his hair jig with plastic, I believe.
Okay.
Matt, salmon school does cost money, yes.
Yeah, we are doing the pairing show today. During this, I'm not sure exactly what time yet.
Jared, you cannot put salmon in your live well and then throw them back. Unfortunately, culling is illegal in the state of Wisconsin, so it will be a deal where you will weigh the fish gently, and if it doesn't make the cut, it will go immediately back in the water. Eric says he seems to do better with jointed in a cold front. That is something that a guy could try. Could definitely try a jointed one. I wouldn't be afraid of that at all.
Flies, too. We haven't seen anybody try flies yet.
Nope. I expect both of these guys to pretty much grind away on their pattern here.
That is the one good part about where I've been getting bites is the current is so strong that
Set up straight downstream.
if you want to jig it, it's pretty darn tough. You can vertical jig it, but the guys that are casting up on that flat, you're never going to feel the bottom where I'm getting bit. I'm just on that ledge from this flat out here where everybody's been catching fish. And
Yeah, we're Russell and I were just talking about this. I'm going to share the rules to the walleye events for those who are curious on the rods.
Or any reason.
Put them right here in the comments.
Ryan says, anybody using husky jerks? You could. I think husky jerks are a suspending bait, Ryan, and most guys like to use a floater because it seems to stay off the bottom better. But either one will work, I think. I've tried husky jerks before. They do work, but I'm pretty sure one of the issues with them is being that they're a suspending bait. They don't stay off the bottom as well.
I've talked to quite a few customers in the store that say flies work pretty good up there on the Fox, and nobody really uses them.
Oh, absolutely. No, the flies will work anywhere you have a current situation. I know when the NWT went to Green Bay last year, guys did really well on flies in the river up there and stuff. I mean, it works. This three-way program works too. I mean,
Yeah.
up there, Marinette and all that.
Well, I mean, so far, like you've seen, I mean, Anthony's caught more fish so far. He just one was a little short of registering.
Well, and he's had 3 on. Black and gold is a good color, Ryan. I agree. There's a lot of different bait options. It's not just Rapala either. I mean, a guy can use a Junior Thunder stick. I mean, there's a ton of bait options that somebody could try. Any shallow diving, bay rat, you know, any of that type of stuff would work in this situation.
Josh, this is on the Fox River in Wisconsin.
I suppose I haven't got a bite on that.
Reef runners we do not use on this particular setup. They do use reef runners for trolling out on the bay, but not on this three-way setup.
honestly think it's more
Yeah, we
so
sure can, Mike. I can find a
the
link
fact
for
that I'm
flies.
pumping it and
Hutch's
stopping,
tackle.
letting them
Yeah,
fish bite.
Hutch's. We sold a lot of those the last couple
I
days.
normally don't run two rods, so I don't know
A
that.
good pot of them, and I thought I'd be able
So
to
I'm gonna
catch a couple in the first few
assume-
casts, but, I mean, they're fish are there. I'm just can't get them to suck this thing in.
that there might be one
I
hungry
don't
one
wanna
out
pull
there
that
that
blade
still
bait
wants
'cause
to
I
bite
know
one
what's
that
gonna
doesn't
happen.
pause,
I'm
but
gonna hook 'em in the chin, I'm gonna hook 'em in the cheek, and it's gonna drive me crazy.
so far it hasn't hurt anything at least. So.
Anthony's putting a
All
bigger
week long,
bait
I've
on his
all week long going into it, I've just done my best to find
Roddy's not
bait
working his hand. He's also switched to what looks like it's a fire tiger.
live the whole way, and I just like getting fish to swallow plastic, so. There's gotta be a bait that they'll eat. I'm not marking a ton of them, but I'm marking enough that if it was yesterday or the day before when they were a little bit more fired up, I'd be catching them right now.
0.7 to 1 miles an hour, I would say, is the speed Anthony's probably going. He's catching him on the bottom. Yep, for sure. He's working the bottom very tight with that three-way rig.
Selma Hornet, that's a possibility. The Vexen Rattling Wasp, that's another possibility. I'll share a link to those baits here. That Vexen with that little bit of rattle may be something.
What's really gonna suck is I know I'm not even getting bites right now, but I know I'm probably still gonna miss half of my bites throughout the day. It's gonna be tough.
So that link I just shared there was the Vexen Rattling Wasp. Selmo.
Anthony said earlier that he uses 1 to 2 ounce weights. The main key is you want to stay at a 45-degree angle. You don't want a lot of blowback on the line. you want your line almost straight up and down or as close to it as you can. So you just adjust your weight until you get there. I'm sure he's got a whole tackle box full of 15, 20 different sizes, and he just puts a size on that keeps his bait very vertical.
There's the Selmo link in the comments now. A couple of different options for there.
You're good. I can, yeah.
Smithwick Rogue would be a good bait. Yep. Any of those baits will work. There's a ton of options. It's just Rapala floating minnows are probably the #1 over the years that have worked on this type of hand lining.
Figured I'd have a lot less than yesterday by now. I didn't think I'd be seeing
Mark,
how
you're not seeing any of the links in the comments?
Figured I'd have 3 or 4. Talking to my buddies last night. What are you going to get in the morning? I said probably 4, 5 maybe. I figured there'd be some boats, but we even set it on the way up. We checked the spot downstream. So I just hope there's not a lot of people there. And as we got up here, it's like, oh crap, yeah, there's already 3 guys. And I have a lot less than I thought I would have at this time. I'm just gonna go out further where my other waypoint is. Get out there as deep as I'm planning on going today before moving. Holy crap! This guy right in front of me just literally just hit the hook on one as I'm doing this. So maybe I'm just gonna try to do what I did on. You got one too. I mean, it's the thing. Minnows are a wonderful thing on days like today. I think a lot of these guys are at the 1 minnow. It's a nice fish too. That's what it is. I gotta make them eat what I'm using. There's fish out here. I see them on the craft. Maybe I can get them to go. There we go. On day 1 when it got tough, I don't know where I got it.
Oh, Kurt's hooked up.
I think I had snagged. There's a bunch out there though. On day 1 when it got tough, I went to a bigger jig and I kind of made him react to it, but they're more or less just pinning it to the bottom, which day 1 that was okay. I'd love to do it right now because I guarantee I could get him to punch it on the bottom. But we're not doing that anymore, which is fine. Oh, there you go, you found him. Found the spot. Oh yeah, they're there. God, if I can get these fish to bite it. Just start eating it. Please, please bite it. I just picked up into it like the last one. Oh, come on, bite it. I should be on the outside throwing in with the wind. But I don't want to mess with these. These guys are fishing pretty close to the pole. Yeah, they're just deeper. That's all it is. And they are right there. Man. Yeah, if I run, I'm going to get followed. I guarantee you that.
Kurt's excited about the fact that he's definitely found some
Might just be a really
fish.
tough day. This might be a day you just need to catch 6 or 7 of them all day.
Here's a look at Anthony, still working his 3-way rig. working his trolling motor pretty much non-stop. And what he's trying to do is stay right where he wants to be in the river channel or on the break or wherever he's preferring to be at that minute. It's a non-stop battle to try and work that trolling motor and stay where he wants to be when you're doing a three-way or a hand line or a pole line type presentation. A lot more work than just hitting the anchor lock button and casting.
Finally didn't get a bite on a pass. But I didn't really get to run it where I wanted to. Oh,
He's hooked up.
spoke too soon.
He said he finally didn't get a bite on a
Just
pass.
about ready to reel up.
He does now. He said he was about to reel up, and that's what I talked about before. Those fish may reposition on him a little bit, Matt, as they're moving around. They're not staying in one spot, and I think that's what this is such an advantage, this setup for him, is if those fish slide around a little bit and he uses long enough passes, he'll continue to stay on the fish.
I don't think it's a giant again, though. Let's just hope it's over 2 pounds.
This one looks like it's a weir to me. He's just backed off his drag. He's feeling some heat. It's a nicer fish. Be so gentle with them small hooks on those Rapalas. Look at that rod just digging, Matt.
Fish a lot bigger than what he thinks it is.
It's the leader. Oh. Dang it. So I would assume there was one hook there and one in the back, but when I saw it, it was on the bottom, so. That is the troubles with these sometimes.
There's a prime example of the rule change.
Got lucky and I haven't had to deal with it yet until now, but it is what it is.
I don't think anybody will probably argue that fish went
Let's
for
go
that
catch
lure
another
net.
one.
But unfortunately, with 3 hooks and everything else, that's what you deal with. And when he got the fish up to the surface, it was not hooked in the mouth with any of the hooks. So that one's going back.
Just happy they're still biting. There'll be a big one there eventually.
I'm gonna go in that rod locker in a minute. Move that camera. I'm gonna jump in there quick.
that's right. It must be, GPS must be screwy again. I was like looking at it. I'm like, the buoy is right here. I should be where I thought it was. Well, that color didn't bite. Let's see if this makes a difference. Actually, sometimes on a different bait profile. It's not sunny out, so we'll go with this. This one is staying on here.
All right, Anthony's setting back up here for another pass.
John asked, what's he putting on? I didn't see. Did he change his bait?
He was using a Fire Tiger on his other rod, and we were working on getting that.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out the link issue, why people on Facebook are not seeing the links, so. Somebody mentioned it looks like a different bait profile.
Yeah, it's possible. I'll try to get a look at it when he reels up and see if I can figure out what it is for you guys and gals. Justin wants to know if it's wrong that he's sitting in the lazy boy with a life jacket on. No, not at all, man. I'm all for it.
Okay.
A couple people are saying it looks like a jointed Rapala.
Be a great idea to try something different on that other rod for sure. You know, something different in the sense of not just the same deal. Just try a different type of lure or whatever. Hope to get a bite that you wouldn't get on the rod that you got in your hand. Generally speaking, you're going to get a lot more bites on the one in your hand that you're working.
Yeah, we're looking into that links issue. I've been trying to share them better to YouTube, so I
Jeez.
apologize. We're trying to get that figured out.
Yeah, you know what I noticed today too, Matt, that I think might be interesting is there's no viewer number today for us.
Yeah, down here in the bottom.
Yeah, so we got something weird going on today. Welcome to technology, right?
Sure is. It's grand. There, we're back to the dual screen.
Yes, Jay, watching from Canada, it is one-on-one. This is the championship, so it's down to 2, but it's one-on-one all the way through, and we have 16 anglers all the way down to the championship.
Final 2 today on Metro Madness. Winner of this event will take home $5,000 with the runner-up getting $1,400. There you heard Kurt asking for an update from the Way Live. See that on the bottom underneath the Metro Madness shield. A lot of people are saying there's just over 1,400 people on. Thank you. Andy says I'm sitting in my boat in the garage watching on YouTube.
Sounds good.
So Alex, are you seeing the links then? We're announcing the giveaway at, what'd you say, 10 or 10:30? 10:30.
Yep. Just wanted to give enough time for people to participate because people are going to come on and off. And
So that's pretty easy to do. All we ask is just tag a couple of friends. We're giving away some J-braid and a 13 lipless.
interesting. Great. Kurt has actually added a second rod to his lineup now too.
I've seen a few fish suspended. I know the floater's not getting down because I'm not moving, but it is just barely wobbling. And I'm not even looking at it. I just hope all of a sudden you get all bug-eyed and I spin around. Oh yeah, there's one.
He just mentioned,
I'm not.
Kurt did that he threw out a floater to just wiggle in the current. I actually mentioned that earlier in the week, Matt, that would be a good idea.
So Alex responded. So those on Facebook, he said change your comment selection. What'd you say, from relevant? Yeah. Change my comments to all instead of relevant. So try that. I'll give people a couple minutes to try that. Then I'll share a link here and tell me if you can see it.
It always
Thank
does
you,
it on,
Alex.
Like right here too.
Dempsey was starting to catch him. It's like,
That beeping.
I don't have a quick answer. I'm just catching them here and there.
Tyler, all we asked you to do is just take a couple of friends, both on Facebook and YouTube. We're doing 2 different giveaways
Once I
this
get through
morning.
that, I'll send
Just randomly picking.
shoots, and then I gotta slow myself way down. But that's where I'm normally getting the bites.
Stick with what I've been doing.
We're almost 2 hours in here and we're locked in on a 1 fish each battle between Anthony Engelbert and Kurt Grable.
Mike wants me to share the fly links. All right, well, here I have this one all tagged up. This is the floater link. Tell me if you guys can see this. This is the Rapala floaters. So that link's going in. I'm doing it on the main screen first. Now I'm going to go over to YouTube and share the floater. All right. And here's the Hutch's flies.
We're watching Anthony live here again work that 3-way rig on the bottom. As I mentioned before, my experience has been you generally get quite a few more bites on the rod that you're actually working up and down on the bottom versus one in a holder, but it's to his advantage to put out a second rod just to by chance get a fish on it. I mean, any bite is better than nothing, obviously.
Those who are saying they can't see the links, have you tried changing your comment selection?
From relevant to all?
Yeah, I think it was, or vice versa.
No, it'd be all, yeah.
Yeah,
So there's
all.
a couple different ones. There's newest,
Yep.
relevant, and all, and you want to change it to all.
Yep. Try changing that first and then let me know. Good morning, Bill.
Yeah, they're working on Kurt's audio right now. You can see the cameraman working on that, trying to get that to match up right.
Good.
Somebody in the chat just said, wow, came back after eating and still tied at 1 fish. Yeah, Anthony's had a couple of chances. He's hooked a couple that have come off. He
You're ready to roll.
caught an undersize, and he caught one that had the hooks in the throat, not in the mouth, that he threw back. So
This just ain't happening for me right here, right now. We'll wind up back here later. Hopefully not. Hopefully when we run to, we catch a whole bunch. Don't even gotta worry about it. Never
wow,
seen
Kurt the Killer Grable's gonna make a move. He's gonna bail on his spot that he's been riding for the past 3 days and go see if he can find some active fish. Things are about to get interesting for him. With the traffic that he's got, you can almost guarantee that the minute he moves his boat, somebody's going to suck right into his spot. He's not getting that spot back. So
Every time I
Eric,
think I
quite a
gotta
few people
figure
are
it out.
saying close out, come back in. So here, I'll try to drop another link here. I think this is the fly link.
Anthony's a little confused just because he thought he had it figured out. He was catching fish in a certain area, and then he went past without getting anything there, and then he got a bite on the end of his last pass. If I was Anthony, I would extend my pass a little bit further. It's possible that, you know, he needs to go just a little bit further. Ooh, so you got one on?
There's one.
Yep, it's banging away in the holder. We were waiting for that, Matt.
Oh, that's awesome.
His extra rod finally comes into play. Anthony's got one banging away in the rod holder. The trolling boys have woke up. If you're on Team Troll, you got to be fired up today.
This is where it's gonna get interesting.
Yeah, now he's got 2 rods
Yep.
out.
Wait till the one in the other holder starts going. Then he's really gonna have fun. Kurt's on the move, Chris. That's why we don't have him live right now. Anthony's trying to get that rod in a rod holder or up so he doesn't lose it. You should throw another rod holder in on that side so he can quickly throw it in there. I think he forgot about that.
Yeah, a lot of people have been excited for the potential for a troll bite here, and we're
I
getting
agree.
a look at it.
Being a troller myself, I was waiting for it as well. I hope this is a good one for him. He's had a couple in a row here now that have come off. They've been undersized, hooked incorrectly. We're getting a lot of chat in the chat. Team Troll, Team Troll. So the trollers are coming out now. Come on, fish. Be the right one. He's adjusting his drag there as he gets closer and puts more pressure on that fish. Those Rapalas have such small hooks. Here we go. It's to the leader. There it is. It's the right one, and it's in the mouth. That one should weigh.
Nice.
That one should weigh.
That's exciting.
He definitely downsized on his bait, too. I think he went down to a 7.
Riding the struggle bus.
Or maybe a 5. Probably a 7.
Yeah, that net penalty comes in, to play here with the rod in one hand, trying to lift that fish up. This is normally where a partner would come into play.
Looks like it's a different kind of bait for sure. It is not a floating Rapala, and it looks like
The
it's a
old flat wrap.
flat wrap. Looks like a fire tiger color. Unless it's hot steel. Could be one or the other. Either a hot steel or a fire tiger.
Well, I guess it was worth putting it out now. Ooh.
Joel asked why they give the fish line to take the pressure off. If they feel like that
These
fish is
hooked
pulling too
very
hard,
well.
before they rip the hooks out of him, they'll feed him a little bit of line.
on.
Looks like a hot steel color to me if I had to guess. Somebody asked what kind of boat he's in. I'm not sure. Trite. Yeah, he's in a trite.
Zeros.
He's in a Triton Allure because there is no side boxes. By the size of the motor on the back, I'm going to guess it's a 186, 18.5 foot. 3 pounds, 3 ounces.
3.3. 3.3.
3.3.
He doesn't have a kicker motor either, which is interesting. Uses his electric for all trolling, apparently.
Whew.
Anthony
That
extends
was
his lead. He's got Kurt the
interesting,
Killer
to say the
Grable on the
least.
ropes right now.
Can't tell I haven't ran 2 rods before, huh? But caught the fish, so that's all that matters. Put it in here.
I'm just giggling. Anthony's just fired up right now. You got to give him credit. Like I said this morning,
3.3.
I watched a Facebook post where people were asking who was going to win, and I saw 30
Need
people
more
in a
of
row
those.
say Kurt
Lots
Grable.
more.
Anthony's giving him everything he can handle right now.
Let's go back up.
I'm going to pass this over to Captain Jim. Give him a little time here. Take a break. Go help pick some orders. And at 10:30, Matt's going to announce the winner. Or Matt, do you want me to come back and announce winner at 10:30? I'll come back at 10:30 and announce the winner. So I'm going to pass this over to Captain Jim.
I've been sharing a couple of links on the Restream here. People have been seeing those now. I haven't shared them directly to YouTube lately, so just trying to test that out. Please let me know if those who have logged out, logged back in, if you're seeing the links now. Good morning, how are you?
Jim here, yeah, it's awesome. What a great Friday, and it's Good Friday.
It is Good Friday. It's
So-
a Good Friday to watch head-to-head fishing.
A Good Friday to everybody out there watching. We got a record number of people again today. I noticed over 1.5 thousand on one of the channels. So it's awesome. So anyway, Good Friday to everybody.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the links. Then we're looking into that. Since the links are working on YouTube, you could go over there and I'll continue sharing the links over there.
Let me. Hi, Jim. Somebody says good morning. Let me recap Kurt for a minute here. He had 41 pounds, 15 ounces his first day, which was Tuesday. He beat Dylan Potter. And then he beat Nick Schertz on Wednesday with 42.13. And then yesterday, he beat Ryan Dempsey with 64.2, Matt. 64.2, so now he's stuck on 3 pounds, 8 ounces with over 2 hours gone in this match.
Yeah.
So he's got to be scratching his head a little bit, wondering what is going on.
Bad part about cold hands.
And then
You don't feel all the
Anthony,
cuts.
he beat Brett Alexander, one of the favorites, on Monday. He had 44-4, and then he beat Max Wilson on Wednesday with 21-10. And then yesterday he had a squeaker. He won by 1 pound against Jesse Brady. So, and today he's in the lead with 2 fish. He's got almost a 5 pound lead. So unbelievable. So we got a great shootout here, but it's not fast and furious like it's been in the past few days. But things can change. There's a cold front moving through. It's cold out there. I think it's 37 degrees, Matt.
Ooh, that's chilly.
And the wind's blowing.
That's
Wind's
a lose.
And people are wondering about the match again, or you call it the Deja Vu tournament next week, Matt?
Yeah, yep. Deja vu next week here on the Fox River.
But everybody stay tuned in for that next week's tournament, because there'll probably be some guys doing this up in the dam area by the 172 bridge. But with these fish on the move, these new gang of 16 anglers are going to be fishing this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. They can be out today, but they could be out scoping this thing out, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some people in the mouth and out in the bay next week, Matt.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see especially with that big front that's pushing in over the weekend here in Wisconsin. They're talking snow again. They're saying that S word, so that's
awful.
Unfortunate.
Somebody wants to know how big my salmon boat is. It's a Tierra 43-footer with twin Cummins 700 diesels, and it's loaded up. And it's a fishing machine. Russell and I won the Salmon Cup last June, the Lake Michigan Salmon Cup with that boat. So I got a big salmon cup in my office at my house. So yeah, it's pretty thrilling. That's a great boat.
That ain't gonna last long.
Matt's still trying to figure out how to get these. You're still trying to figure out how to get the site on there, Matt?
The links, yeah, I'm not sure. I've exhausted every effort that I could here.
It's worked every other day.
People are saying they're seeing them if they log out, log back in. They're going to YouTube. So if you're not seeing them on Facebook, you can go ahead and watch it on YouTube.
Somebody asked any spots left on the Bago tournament. You can go to the head-to-head page and check it out. It says right on the event registration how many spots are open, I believe, Matt.
People are starting to see a link now all of a sudden, so maybe they're coming through.
YouTube link just showed up. Links are showing up here. Okay.
Well, that's good.
Dang it.
Good. I'm glad the links are working now. If they do go down again, unfortunately, you can just head over to therealshot.com and you can do a lot of shopping there. It's really easy. Their categories are on the left-hand side. Most of the stuff I'm bringing up is if you go down to the categories, you see fishing. Look over to the right there. It says walleye fishing, and it's really broken down pretty simply. So, but I'll continue to share links again. I'll try to catch up here.
Brian, we play team ball in Lake Michigan. I've been captain for 40 years, so not a nice comment. But anyway, back to Anthony and Kurt. Kurt's got to get this thing figured out. He's got a lot of time left. And Anthony's got 2 lines. You can run 2 lines. You're allowed to run 2 lines in this tournament. And you can really only do it practically when you're trolling or hand lining like Anthony's doing. When is the Bago tournament? Check it out. There's one I think May 11th through the 15th, and then there's one June 1st through the 5th.
Yeah, if the links are working now, I'm trying to catch people up on links here. Here's the information for the H2HFishing.com registration page. I'm gonna go right to Blake here and share that information.
There we go. Now it's showing up.
Yeah, I shared that one directly to him.
Okay. Matt's pretty good on that computer.
I try. I do my best. Thank you.
He's a humble guy, but I know he can handle a computer.
Here, I'm sharing them over now to YouTube as well.
Yeah, again, it's Good Friday, so welcome to Head on Good Friday.
Remember, those of you who are just now seeing the links, I don't want to drown you too much with it, but H2H10 saves you 10%. Sure, all you had to do is just ask the chat here. They would fill you in on that. But an awesome battle here on Friday. I'm calling it Metro Madness Championship Day. Remember, the winner would take home $5,000. Runner-up will get $1,400. It's a pretty good payday. This event started on Monday, and we're here Friday.
Fish.
Another one,
That
Anthony.
feels like a nicer fish.
He's hooked up. He's got the program figured out.
Mike, the original season that we had the Petenwell area on there, as of right now for the rest of the 2020, we haven't decided if we're going to go there or not, but that's a body of water that we definitely want to try to head over to at some point. That Stevens Point area of Wisconsin's got a lot of big fish.
Yeah, it looks like a nice bend in that rod, Matt.
Jay Mitchell, who's a guest commentator, she actually just stepped into the store or the studio here. It's Marianne Husky's going to be joining us a little bit later on, so that's exciting.
Ooh, this could be a nice fish here. Anthony's got a nice fish on it. He knows.
I hope
it,
so.
I heard he bought that white rod at the Real Shot.
Yeah, he did. Part of the use program that the Real Shot runs. No, we never did get a pizza from Trevor Gantz.
Oh, here it comes. A big one. Nice fish. That should be a 3-4 pounder there, Matt.
That's clearly to see that fish was hooked right in the mouth. Good
Yep.
job.
Usually, he had one fall hook before, one got off, but usually when you're trolling like that, they'll whack it in the mouth. But you're not jerking it, you're not snagging them.
Every time I said that.
So when he's done with us,
Here, Rose.
he's got a sweet program figured out, Matt.
Sure does.
Got 3 away.
Easy guy.
Trevor is doing us a favor if he brings us a pizza, so I'm not too concerned
Ooh.
about it.
Yeah.
11 ounces.
211, folks, 211. It's on the board. People are guessing 3, 4, 3.5, 3 pounds. Very nice, Anthony. Now, what's Kurt going to do? He's going to see that score, Matt.
Yep.
And he's never trailed in this tournament.
No, that's a really good point. No, he's hooked
Oh, he's
up.
hooked up. Nice fish, too. Good. I'm glad the camera went there. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a good fish.
Yep. There we go. He's pumping. He's fist pumping. Oh, it's hooked right. It's
Not gonna get
right
above
in
him
the
with this
jaw.
one. I got one.
So we
good.
got
It's only a
a
few
match
casts.
here, folks.
Zeros.
What do you people guess this one's going to weigh?
315?
Yeah, we're having a little bit of audio issues here with Kurt.
3.5, folks. 3.5. Well, we'll try to add as much as we can. It's always nice to listen to the angler, but if we don't have any audio, then we'll have to fill in the best we can. So he'll end up with almost 7 pounds, and so he's 4 pounds behind, so not a big problem. Not a big problem.
There you go. It automatically just populated there on the bottom
Yep.
of the Way Live scoreboard.
2:45 left, championship day. Good Friday. Again, thank everybody for watching. We've got thousands of viewers from around the country and some international viewers.
Yep.
And of course, Sunday is Easter Sunday.
Sure is.
You can't go to your church services, but you can watch it at home. I notice all the channels are running Easter service on Sunday, so that's really nice. Something to remember. How many times in our lifetime are we going to be able to sit home on Easter Sunday?
Yeah, it's a real bummer.
It's crazy.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, everybody, again for tuning in and watching and the nice comments. We appreciate it.
Fish.
Yep.
There you go. Anthony's really dialing
Anthony's
in now.
hooked up. He's dialed in now. I believe he and his partner won AIM Angler of the Year.
Yeah, I think we talked about it a couple of different times. That's
Rookie
exciting stuff.
AIM Angler of the Year.
Towards these guys.
And so you people are wondering what he's doing with his handheld. He's slowing the boat down. He's working the speed down. You can see the speed, and he's wants to make sure he doesn't put too much pressure on this fish. You never know. When you're jigging, you can sort of set the hook, but when you're trolling, the fish sort of sets the hook. So you never know how they're hooked. And every one of these fish are money fish today, man.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great point there. Normally about this 10:30 time is when the fish start biting again, at least from what we've seen this whole last week. So.
Oh, I love watching this. I'm like Russell. I love this trolling. I've been trolling for 50 years. I love trolling, but you gotta do what you gotta do. And he's obviously a very good troller. Watch the weight.
No way.
Oh no.
Way out there.
Oh man, heart attack time, folks. Heart attack time. You can see the sinker. He's got like a 4-ounce sinker on there with about a 2-foot lead, and he's got like a 5-foot mono leader behind on that 3-way mat.
Rick, this is streamed to YouTube, Facebook, and also the headtoheadfishing.com website as well. A lot of people have been saying they
Sorry,
like
buddy,
it.
I can't stick my finger in there this time. It's already seen it. Oh, I gotta zero it.
A lot of people are saying they like watching it on YouTube so they can stream it right to the big TV. We had some 70-inchers. We had guys running to the Best Buy to
Zeros.
upgrade televisions, just like Super Bowl week here at the
Come
Real
on.
Head-to-Head Fishing.
Somebody goes, why trolling? Well, because it catches a lot of fish.
Teeth.
And you cover a lot of water.
At least be 3. There we go. It's a little better anyway.
Oh yeah, 3-3.
3.
So he just neutralized Kurt's last fish, Matt.
Yeah,
So now
Anthony's
he's duking it out. Oh, look at this.
That move has paid off for him.
Oh, this guy's a stick.
What is that?
Oh, yeah.
This guy is a stick.
Darn it.
Uh-oh. Not
Snagged.
hooked right. Snagged
In
it.
the chin.
Nope, doesn't count.
Yep. It's the chin.
Yep. Snag fish go back has to be in the mouth, folks.
Alright.
John, all the hot baits.
Here. Tried getting it.
can get them right at therealshot.com. We've seen hair jigs, we've seen rattle trap or ripping wraps, blade baits.
I know, that's why I was trying to hurry up. Oh, great. Low voltage.
Uh-oh.
I don't know why it did that the last 2 days.
Making a move. And go back to a spot and set up and troll through that school. Matt's going to be putting these baits on the live chat.
My batteries are dying.
Uh-oh.
I thought that's why it was beeping.
Boy, if his batteries are dying, that is a game changer.
Yep.
Huge game changer, folks. We'll have to watch what happens here.
Kurt is casting. Anthony is dragging. Refer to that method as a three-way. He's got a couple different Rapala floaters on there.
3-3, right?
Well, this audience is sharp. No life jacket. They immediately pick up on it. But
Kurt caught one.
I don't think he's going over 5-6 miles an hour.
They're
So if
starting to bite.
If the boat doesn't go above plane, then you don't have to put your life jacket on.
God, I hope my batteries are make it through the day.
I'm going to share the in the comments the bulletin that we released yesterday on people that are talking about the fishing hooking rule here. We had to make a change. No big deal.
Anthony's making a change, and he says batteries are dying. They're beeping, so we'll see what happens here. If you see that silver transducer up in his starboard bow, that's his Panoptic setup, but he's not using that today. He's not working the bow of the boat. He's working his main system for trolling. We're still working on audio issues on one of the cameras, so be patient, folks. Technology is our funny critters.
Joe has a question for you, Jim. What is the name of Jim's salmon charter?
It's called, my name of the boat's the Classy, CLASS dash capital SEA. But I will work with Russell and Scott Getchow up in Sturgeon Bay when it comes to charters, because I'm really not doing public charters anymore. But I ran charters for 35 years out of Sheboygan, Two Rivers, and Sturgeon Bay. So what a kick that was. But don't have to do it anymore, and let the younger guys do that. Now I fish walleye tournaments and fish salmon tournaments. And chartering's a lot of work, and all the guys that do it know that. Yeah, I'm parked up at Sturgeon Bay at Skipper Bud's Quarterdeck Marina. Right next to the office on the 50-foot slips. We got a close match here. It's just basically one fish. Even though Anthony's got 4 and Kurt's got 2, it's somebody could catch an 8, 9, 10 pounder, a game changer. So lots of time. The match is just about half over. And it's good. It's not a slugfest, but it's a close day so far. And all you got to do is win by 1 ounce, Matt.
That's true.
Yesterday we had a 1 pounder difference. And at one point in time we had a 1 ounce competition.
Yeah, this the way this format's set up, it definitely makes it exciting at times.
Yeah, I see so many comments on Mark Courts. Yeah, Mark's a friend of mine. He has a charter up in Sturgeon Bay. He's got a Tierra too. I believe it's a 36 or 38 foot Tierra. So a good captain and a good boat. Yeah, I started chartering back in the 80s, and fishing was great, and we had that bacterial kidney disease, and the fishing went to pot, and the government scared everybody with, acid rain coming down in the fish. They said you can't eat the salmon, and then Sturgeon Bay did a test, Sheboygan did a test. There was like almost 100 pregnant ladies were tested, and they were eating a lot of Lake Michigan fish, and there was absolutely nothing in those babies that would have affected the health of anybody.
Ooh.
So yeah, you have to watch it, but on the other hand, you have to do your science too. But again, like back to walleyes here, these guys are in the river. Now they're actually on opposite ends of the river a little bit. One's up by the 172 bridge and one's down by the paper mill. Now next week's tournament, these guys are going to be fishing. There's 16 of them.
There you go. Everybody says Lily Pounder was
Yep.
the one that won that tournament.
Oh, I see the yes. Jim and Russell and Captain Matt and Russell's daughter, Lily the Pounder. All she does is wants to fish. And she's a very good little first mate. And
Neil,
she's-
this format's really simple. It's catch and release. They weigh them in the boat, looking for any walleye over 2 pounds. No live bait. All artificials. They can use a net. There's a couple of different penalty options. I'll go ahead and share the link with you to the website so you can get all up to date on the awesomeness of head-to-head fishing. There's also some availability out there for some events that we have coming up. Really
Yep.
simple for those who are interested. It's just h2hfishing.com.
Matt's on the computer. Good job, Matt. Well, I know everybody thought Kurt would put on a 60, 70 pound show today. But this is fishing, folks. This is fishing. We've all had great days, and then you get all excited. You get up, you hit the water, and a dud. And you wonder what happened.
Tom, we're going to bring Russell back here in a couple of minutes. He's going to give me a break here at the 10:30 mark. Then we're going to announce the winners for Facebook and YouTube. So I'll be stepping out here. I'm going to go replace Russell and pick some orders, and then Russell comes back in here in a little bit. He'll chat it up with Jim for a while. Then I think shortly here we'll bring Marianne Husky on, our special guest for the day. That's going to be an awesome interview. What's everybody thinking for lunch here? It's almost 10:30 Central Time. I'm kind of getting hungry. There's a lot of people mentioning about pizza. How's everybody's day going? Let's fire up the chats here. It's really awesome. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to Metro Madness Championship Friday, as I'm calling it, because I'm excited that it is Friday.
What do you call it, Matt?
Friday.
Friday.
Yay, yay, it's Friday.
Okay, awesome. Yep, and Good Friday.
Yeah,
Won't
Good
be able
Friday.
to say that. We'll be doing a lot of Fridays, but this will be the only Good Friday this year. So it's awesome. We got Easter season coming up. COVID-19's got everybody pinned to their houses, but yeah, there's some lessons to be learned here too, and everybody will absorb this a little different way.
Hashtag come to Canada. We should. We're excited for a lot of different states, and who knows where head-to-head's going to end up in the near future.
This head-to-head could be used for any format. I had
Right.
somebody the other day that told me a head-to-head hunting show would be the best hunting show out there right now. Somebody talked to me about a brown trout ice fishing tournament
Ooh,
down
that
in
would be
Milwaukee during their winter fest. That would be awesome.
Bet you Eric Hadia would be a part of that show.
Oh yeah, Matt's been talking about turkeys because Matt
Turkeys.
loves turkeys.
You got turkey on the brain, deep fried Easter bunny. Hey now. Come on, Mal. Come on, wrap me out. A lot of awesome ideas for lunch coming up. Perch and walleye tonight for dinner. Fresh walleye for lunch. See some fried crappies.
Matt didn't bring his turkey call today though.
I did not. Fish fry with a brandy old fashioned. There you go, Joel Thomas. I'm excited for that.
So we got a slow day so far, folks, but like I said, win by 1 ounce.
Bradley, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, man. Tipsy Doc, crack it.
And tomorrow nobody's going to know the weights. They're just going to remember who won the match.
That's right. Perch, gills, and cocktails. Sounds like it should be a name of a bar.
Yep. Matt's got the chat going on food. We got a...
Cody, we're not ignoring those comments about the Life Vest. I've actually been in contact with Kyle Carpenter about that rule there, so...
So we got a 6-pound match, folks. 1 fish. Anything can happen. The match is half over. And again, this is Championship Friday, Matt.
Sure is.
Somebody's going to get a nice trophy down the road, a nice check today, and be pretty happy. It's a lot of work. These guys put a lot of work in, and it's been cold. Windy and cold. They both have gloves on, a couple layers of hats. Wind's not too bad, but what wind there is very cold. Somebody says, hi, Jim. Well, yeah, hi, John. Good morning. John's one of our big fans here at the store and head to head. Russell's coming back in, and he went to the goodie box. He's got some baits. He's going to be talking about some trolling baits. Welcome back, Russell.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. So I did go out to the store, and I was just looking because we were obviously watching Anthony put on a pretty cool show here doing some trolling, a different tactic than we've seen in the other 2 tournaments. And basically, I took a look at a few different bait options that guys could choose if they wanted to try this 3-weighing tactic. Of course, the most popular is the original floater, which is what Anthony had on his main rod in the purple descent color.
Love those
which is
floaters.
what he's using on that white rod right now. Then another one that I found was the ultralight minnow, which is like the floater, but it's actually a sinking bait. It would still work.
Yep.
Just what would happen is if he did slow the boat down or stop the boat,
It will sink.
it will sink to the bottom. But that bait will definitely work.
And it's got nice colors, really shiny. It's silver and
Yep, little
and
different
yellow.
shape. Of course, the original floater in a jointed would be
Yep.
another good option for someone.
Yep.
And another one that I found out there was that husky jerk. This is an HJ8,
Yeah.
shallow diver husky jerk.
Awesome.
And
That's good.
those would all be options. As we mentioned before, there's a ton of other options that guys could use, and I'll post some links to some of them throughout the time. But there's a ton of other options. Yeah, floating scatter wraps, all kinds of different baits.
Somebody asked what rod and line reel combo would you for trolling for a rookie? There's a lot of options there, Russell.
Yeah, where do you see that one, Jim?
Right here, Laurie.
Oh yeah, okay. What rod, reel, line combo recommendations you have for trolling for rookie? I would suggest just getting yourself an inexpensive rod and reel to start. Okuma Magda would be a great reel for you to get started with, around that $40 to $50 mark, and then you can get pretty nice trolling rods somewhere between $30 and $50. We sell some telescopic Coots trolling rods. We've got some telescopic Okuma rods that are in that $39 to $45 range. Unfortunately, in fishing, there's not much cheap, but those are more inexpensive than a lot of other stuff that you could purchase out there. We're going to announce the 2 winners for the first 2 drawings that we did here to start off the day, the giveaways. We have a Facebook winner and a YouTube winner. Each of them are going to receive a spool of J-braid line and a 13 Fishing lipless crankbait. Our Facebook winner is Wade Hines, Hindes, Wade Hines. And our YouTube winner is Jason Hemmergren. Jason Hemmergren. So both of you guys please message Head-to-Head Fishing on Facebook or send us an email off of the H2HFishing.com website with your contact information, and we'll make sure to get this product to you. And we'll do another giveaway here a little bit later today.
And we'll put these Rapalas up on the screen too, Russell.
Yep.
When we get some time. But this floating Rapala is J7. There's a J9s, there's J11s. Used them for 20, 30 years. I know they're favorites in many guys' tackle boxes. Back in the day, all they had was blue, orange, yellow, Russell. And then they came up with all the different colors over the years. But when I started trolling with jointed Rapalas, and they really worked, but they had 3 colors and 3 sizes, and you're happy to get those. Now you can go nuts buying lures. We all know, Russell, we have more lures than you can count, I bet.
We see Anthony going up for another pass here, getting ready to set up for another pass. When I was out in the store, Jim, I saw on the big TV out there where we've got this live casted, Anthony put a couple more fish in the boat while I was gone.
Yep. Put a couple in the boat, and his battery signal went off, low battery.
Okay.
So everybody's sitting wondering, uh-oh, that could be a game changer.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs that trolling motor to be able to do this. I'm not sure if his 4-stroke Mercury will or will not be able to get slow enough to do that. Probably not.
I know. If he runs out of battery on that bow mount, he's going to have to cast.
I can try to catch a fish from here.
People were talking about Anthony's life jacket before. Well, he's got one of those pull cord ones. We all have those.
Yep.
And sometimes, like if I'm fishing alone, I wear it full time.
Yeah. Yep.
Because there's nobody to throw you a line.
Yeah, Lily. We got Lily the Pounder in the house today.
I told somebody that they were asking me a lot of questions on the salmon boat before, because I mentioned you and I won the salmon cup last year in my boat, and somebody came back and said, no, it wasn't you and Russell, it was Lily the Pounder that did it.
You got that right. Jason Hemminson, excuse me if I don't have that right, Hemminson, you did win. I see you say, can you announce the winners again? That was you. You won the YouTube contest. Congratulations.
People are going, come on, Kurt. Everybody's going, come on, Kurt, including Kurt.
This is the slugfest I sort of expected, and as I said in the post game yesterday, I really gave the advantage to Anthony. I mean, it was hard to say Kurt wasn't going to blow this thing out because he's done it the first 3 days, but boy, it just, you kind of had a feeling sooner or later Kurt was going to run into a day where he was going to have to make some moves, and he made a move and caught a fish, which was good, but he needs to get a few more here. Otherwise, I think Anthony might start to run away with this thing.
Well, if Anthony puts a couple more in trolling, and he got one on his opposite side rod too, Russell.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I did.
So he's got fish on both his rods. And that's what you like to see is that rod, like he said, you look over there, it's tacoed over.
Yep, exactly.
And that's like a free rod. You're allowed 2 rods in this tournament. But when you're casting, you can only use 1 effectively. But when you're pulling like Anthony is, you can use 2 effectively. And theoretically, you should double your chances, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, it doesn't always work that way, but it can.
Yep.
Now, what if he gets a double?
It'll be a problem I'm sure he'd be happy to deal with.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
Best bet is to just work the rod in your hand and maybe walk over and just keep the line tight on the other one as best as you can.
But if he gets a double, he has to bring one in
Yep.
and weigh it and do his thing.
Yep.
And then he can go back to the other one.
Correct.
But
Yep.
you can't get 2 fish in the boat at the same time.
Correct. You have to
Because-
handle the one that's in the boat before you can work on the
Because
other
we
one.
don't want these fish flopping around, and we want them to come in, weigh, and get back in the water as soon as possible.
Chaz, you said you can do it with your tiller. I agree. Just not sure. Anthony's got a pretty big motor on there. Not sure if it'll work for him or not. But
If you wanted, yeah, I don't know.
a lot of life jacket questions, guys. Yep, Anthony has his life jacket on. He does not need to wear it while he's fishing, so he does need to wear it while his big motor's in gear, which he's got it on now. So if I was him, I'd just leave it on, but that's totally his call. As Jim said before, he likes to wear his. Each and every one has their
wrong depth-wise.
has their own prerogative.
I leave mine on because then I don't forget not to put it on.
Correct.
Because you can forget that, but you get used to those. You don't even know they're on after a while.
Jason, send us a message via Facebook or email the H2H Fishing page with your information. Yes, Andrew, I think you're about the 75th person in the chat to say that it was off while it was in gear. Yes, we did see that. We're not ignoring that.
You know what I get a kick out of, Russell, is our fans can say what they want, right?
Absolutely. No, that's what it's there for. Yeah,
They
we're
can
not
say
gonna,
what they want,
we're not
but
going to police
but-
this thing at all.
but pick, right? I mean, everybody's got a chance to say something.
Well, that's what the H2H is all about, right? I mean, this
Yeah.
is live. So unlike every other tournament where there's tons of things going on and you can't see it because the tournament comes out 6 months later, it's edited, etc., etc. That's not going on here. This is real live action. There is going to be things that are going to be seen and shown that are not exactly the way you would expect it to be, but that's part of H2H. That's what makes it fun, you know. And then
it's-
we have this interaction with the
Right.
with the fans, which makes it fun. That's
And
what it's
you're-
all about.
And you're jumping in when we had, the 8 anglers, you're jumping in 8 boats.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right there in your living room, you are jumping in 8 boats. Here we have 2 left. Yesterday we had 4, so we went 2 8s, and then a break. They fished Monday, and then Tuesday, and then the 8 winners fished Wednesday, and then the 4 winners fished yesterday, and then today the 2 winners are duking it out. So it's head-to-head at its finest, and you move on, just like the brackets in the NFL playoffs.
Andrew,
you lose, you're out.
I honestly don't know if it's a penalty or not if he doesn't have it on. I would assume it probably is, but I'm not sure. But again, that would actually be to the camera official's decision to give him any and all penalties. So generally what we do in situations like this is, I know you're not, Andrew. I know you're not critiquing. That wasn't my comment. You're free to say whatever you'd like. Generally what the studio does in something like this, if we see something that we think we need to comment on, we send a message over to the cameraman, but we will never enforce a penalty here in the studio. That's not what our job is. Our job is the commentary, the action, just so we're all on the same page. And it is the cameraman's job to list penalties or assess penalties was the right word I was looking for. So good news is, looks like Anthony got the memo, and hopefully he doesn't forget his life jacket again. So
Yeah,
we don't want to see anybody get hurt. So we want.
You got the memo.
Yeah, we want everybody to be safe. So
I've had people fall out of boats, and I've fallen out of boats. When I was back in the day, I was up north portaging a boat through, and it was really windy, and I actually fell out of the boat. If I wouldn't have grabbed the side of that boat, Captain Keller wouldn't be here right now. So God was looking out for me, but everybody's had those near misses. But you can't be over safe when it comes to fishing and boating and on the water in general. Some guys
I like
say, shut
Brian's
up
comment.
and please
Brian
fish.
says, if Bernie was elected, Kurt would have 3 fish. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Fun bantering going on in the chat, and that's kind of what it's all about.
Well, Bernie's out, so we don't have to worry about that.
Ooh, Anthony's hooked up right now. Here we go. He's got that hot white rod going with that purple descent floating minnow.
Not a very big one. Oh, did it get off?
Oh, he just lost it.
Yeah.
Darn it.
You just lost it.
Gosh dang it. Although it felt very, very small, still wanted to see it.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, Russell put the floating jointed rapalas up there.
Yeah, I did that. I put the Husky Jerks up. I put a
You
bunch
posted
of them
on the live chat too?
All of them, yep.
Get out there, folks, while it's good. And again, thanks everybody for watching. We got thousands of viewers today on Real Shot page, the head-to-head page, the YouTube page.
I'm gonna post another link in there. If you guys can tell me if you see this, I think I figured out how to get them to come up every time. I just posted another link for the floating Rapala. Let me know if you guys can see that post or that link in the chat.
Yes, thank you, Russell. Someone said best walleye fishing show I ever watched, and I watch and follow all of them.
Awesome.
Great job,
I appreciate
HH
it
team.
too.
Well, thank you very much.
Matt, you saw it. Great. Okay, I figured out how to get it working. I'll let. Awesome. Everybody's seen it now. Great. So I figured it out. I will let Hot to Trot know what he's got to do when he gets back in here. Yes, we do sell float suits, Nicholas. I can put a link to that. We've got some Strike Master and some Striker. Of course, that's a little bit more of a winter thing, so our sizes might be limited, but we'll definitely check it out for sure and post a link over. I know they're on sale, so it'd be great opportunity with this weather to save some big money on suits. Look at that, Jim. $239.99 regular, $161.99.
Oh, yeah, pick them up.
$269.99 regular, $169.99.
Pick them up. Pick them up. They're on now off-season discounts, folks.
So, of course, the H2H10 code will not work for this.
Because it's on discount.
Because it's on discount, but the discount's bigger than 10% already. And Chris, thank you for reminding me. I will not forget you guys on YouTube. I will make sure I put the links in both places.
Yeah, pick up those float suits. I wear mine.
Yeah,
in the spring.
For spring
Russell
and fall
does
fishing,
too.
it's unbelievable.
I've got that Striker Ice, and I wear it when I'm walleye fishing.
I can promise you I'll have my Strike Master float suit on Saturday night for another night tournament with Lily.
No.
Yep.
Russell.
Lily the Pounder will have me up 6 p.m. to midnight again for
I wonder
another.
why you stay so thin.
No
Don't
time
have
for
any
sleeping.
time to eat.
That's right. No time for sleeping either.
That's crazy. One thing too, folks, on those float suits, they're not PFDs. I don't think they are, Russell.
They
right?
are not. No, they're not.
They're not approved
Coast Guard
PFDs.
PFDs. Yeah.
But if you fall in with one on, you're better off to have it on than not have it on.
They absolutely float. If you watch any of the YouTube videos on the Striker stuff, people jump in the water, they jump in pools, and if you're 300 pounds or less, it will keep you afloat for 45 minutes. Could save your life. So
yes,
any time where it's cool enough out to wear one of these, this could be a really big deal for people.
And if you have, say, 4 people in a boat, you need a throwable, a Type 4 throwable. You need 4 PFDs the right size for all the people in there, and these float coats do not count as one of those PFDs.
Cody says he's looking forward to competing on Saturday night. Cody, I don't take much to beat anymore. I hardly fish. I'm more of a commentator and a tackle salesman than I am a fisherman. But no,
There you go.
I'm looking forward to it. Lily and I will be out there, and we'll be excited to get out on the water. It's been a week now for
Bill
me.
Young
again.
says, thanks, Jim. Yes, you're better with him on. No doubt. Now, I wear my striker ice suit, obviously, when I'm ice fishing. And I wear it in cold spring and
Grable's
fall.
hooked up here? Grable's hooked up.
Spring and the fall when it's cold out. Yep. Come on, Kurt.
Sure feels like
Close this gap.
We're closing in on 2 hours. If Kurt can get this fish in the boat, he's probably going to get this down to a one-fish match here.
This is crazy.
Devin, there's no way I'm doing a side bet with you. You'll kick my tail.
Oh yeah, you got it.
You'll have the secret weapon, Sarah Miller, along, I'm sure.
It's really nice.
Oh, it's a big
Oh,
one.
it's
It's a
a
big
big-
one, Jim.
and it's
He
hooked.
got
Yes,
him. He got
ah.
him. Nice job, Kurt.
Russell, an elbow bump.
Kurt the Killer Grable's coming alive.
Nice one.
And it's out.
It fell out, but it was definitely
And it's
in.
out. Now look at the paddle tail. See the yellow jig with the paddle tail.
Yes. All right.
And it came right out of the jaw. Perfectly legal fish. And he's right back in this match.
Here comes Kurt the Killer Grable.
Matter of fact, if this is 7 pounds, he takes the lead. I don't think it is, but it's going to be close. It's a heavy one.
I mean, this is where Dempsey came at the end of the day. I was going to
What do we got, folks?
6.
6 pounds.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Oh, he's 7 ounces behind.
Go check this yesterday.
So, folks, we got a 7-ounce match.
Run down.
Unbelievable.
So if he was going to fish it, it's like, whatever. I mean, if he catches one, I'll see the tape, I guess. But, I mean, I knew there was nice fish here. 6-0. All right. I said I'll catch another one. There's more of them in there. There was like probably, it was only like a half a dozen, but
Kurt's referring to his side scan. He marked about a half a dozen fish.
it's what everybody wants to see. But this is not what me and Anthony want. We want to run away with it.
7 ounces, folks. Like we said before you hooked up. It's going to go down to the wire, Russell. I think it's going to go down to the wire.
These guys are exchanging blows right now.
What would be exciting is the last 10 minutes.
Something
They
like we
both
had
hook
yesterday.
up.
Yep, something like we had yesterday
Yep.
with Mr. Purple Rip and Wrap hooking that fish right at the end and it
Yep.
being a pound short. You
Yep.
know, today it might be the last fish, might be the winner. You just don't know.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
Grable just missed one.
Oh, you
We
got
do have a
kidding me.
tiebreaker system, right?
Yep.
Man.
Let's hope we don't have a tie, but we do have a tiebreaker system because I know people were asking
Same size.
the other day about that.
Same exact spot, too. Man. It's just got to be skin of their teeth. And it just sets and I lift up and it just pops. Oh, it's so easy. They just got to be getting it on their, like the edge of their mouth or something.
Nipping at the tail.
I mean, yeah, he pulled the tail down, but I had the hook in him. Like he just barely got the hook. And I'm letting it sit a lot longer, like on the bottom, than I normally would. I'm letting it sit for a couple seconds. I have not done that all week. Just to give him that chance to really suck it up. Man. That'd have been another really nice one, I guarantee you. They all looked like we
That tackle we were on pretty good there for a second.
Folks that don't do a lot of walleye fishing, you just heard a pretty good explanation of the difference between somebody that doesn't do it a lot and somebody that's pretty good at it, Russell.
I don't know how many bites I can get in here. That's the only thing. I mean, there's a decent number of fish. But I mean, when you think about how many I got to get my bait in front of to get one to actually bite it, I got to get it in front of a lot of fish to get a bite. I have been having to.
Well, we got a great match, 7 ounces.
So Somebody asked if they're allowed to use stinger hooks. Yes, but most guys do not use stinger hooks with plastics. They don't, because it can change the action of the plastic. So that's why you're not seeing any stinger hooks. Grable will not put a stinger hook on that style of plastic because it could kill the action.
Yeah, I was gonna. Russell could beat me to it.
Stinger hooks are generally more of a live bait
Yeah,
thing that you use for minnows and stuff like that.
I am not much of a stinger hook guy. I'm
Yeah.
just not. To me, they get tangled up. I have more frustration with stinger hooks than I do catching fish with them.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
know a lot of guys use them.
Pods we're only in like groups of 2, so I'm gonna move
they work for me
just a couple at a time. So
vertical jigging with a minnow.
slide
They work
down
for me.
to the sea.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure.
When the light
I'm
bites
ahead
and you
right
catch
now,
them on
that's
that
all I
bottom
know.
hook. I can see that.
Or I was anyway last time I checked.
They're not hitting it like they have been all week. I mean, it's just you pick it up and they're sucking it off the bottom. It's not that bite on the way down. They're waiting for it to fall, then they're grabbing it.
Dave says on the Detroit
That's-
River, stinger hooks
that's
are,
like my
are used on
Achilles
plastics.
heel.
That's
Hate it when
probably
they
the
do
case, Dave. Well,
Pick it
you
up
would know
and
actually. I should say it is
just
the
have a
case,
hard
but
time. I pick it up. I can't help but sit the hook, and I probably should let them have it for a half a second. It's so hard for me to do that.
I think you guys
Trying to
use a
rod
much
rig up
bigger
with mono, I
plastic
could
on the
do it,
Detroit
so that
River.
I could see the bite a little easier with that heavier line. And I'd have that stretch. If I got to them, I wouldn't instantly put that hook in their mouth with that braid.
Yes, they're using barbed hooks. Yes, they are.
Yeah, everything. We mentioned it the other day too. We don't use barbless hooks here.
Right there.
I fished down the ocean where we had to use barbless hooks,
Come on.
but not up here. Not up in the North Woods.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, this is the Fox River. Wolf River runs into the Fox on Big Lake Butamore, then it runs through Oshkosh, and 16 locks later it ends up here.
Absolutely.
Then it ends up dumping in the Green Bay and out in the Great Lakes and to the St. Lawrence Seaway, brackish water, and it's out into the ocean.
All right, giveaway
And for
time,
the lucky
folks.
Hudson.
Let's do a
Guy
giveaway.
Anthony
We're gonna
down.
do one on
Wanna try to
Facebook
get him
and
off
one
that
on.
three-way thing. If he does it all day and he catches them, it's going to be really hard for me to get them. Not having that morning flurry that I've had every day.
One on Facebook, one on YouTube again. Go ahead and tag 2 friends in the chat and then share this live stream on your Facebook page for the Facebook people. And YouTube, we'll just do a random pick of the people that are on YouTube as they can't
This is
share it,
the only
obviously.
place yesterday that I was worried about Ryan running to at the end and going bang, bang, bang on like 5 or 6 of those in like an hour. Because if they turn on and start biting, you could do it here.
We'll announce this winner at noon. Again, if you're on Facebook, tag 2 friends and share this live feed. If you're on YouTube, just stay on, and sometime between now and noon, we will pick a random one on YouTube and a qualifying one on Facebook. And this is going to be for an H2H hat, Jim. One of the new hats.
Whoa, let me see it. Do you have one, Russell?
I do. I haven't got enough courage to take off my lucky TRS
I
hat
know.
yet, but it's coming.
You think they allow me to have one of these?
Probably, yeah.
That's awesome. I'll pick one up. You're gonna use these for giveaways?
Mm-hmm. Yep. They got some more in the warehouse.
Oh yeah, I'll pick one up in the shop. It's awesome. Nice stuff, folks.
If only I could have bought my 360 this spring.
Kurt's talking about the Humminbird 360, which is sort of like the Panoptics and the live imaging. He's wishing he would have had that right now to be able to see the fish a little bit further away than the side scan will show him. The 1030 winners were Wade Hindes on Facebook, Hindes, Wade Hines, and then Jason Hemmingson on YouTube. We are announcing brackets. We're going to have the brackets show here during the tournament coming up soon.
That's going to be exciting too, and everybody's going to be watching that. But It's like head-to-head never stops.
Come on. He was trying it there. I must have finally got it right on his nose.
Okay, we're going to be bringing in Marianne Husky right now, lady pro angler. I've fished with Marianne over the years. I don't know if Russell's fished with her, but I fished with her in AIM and FLW and NWT. Great stick. She fished this tournament. She fished the head-to-head. Had a good day. So I'll be Captain Keller. I probably be back for some of the bracket pairings talking about the anglers. But again, it's Good Friday, and everybody appreciate that. God bless, and
Somebody just came through.
have a
It's
great
free
Easter
fishing for
weekend.
that
Okay, I'm going to be
walleye series of, like,
turning the mic
sides
over
of this
to
whole thing.
Marianne
It
Husky,
didn't stop. There's not
and
a
Russell
ton
can
of
do an
fish.
interview. Thank you,
I was
everybody,
getting
for
ready to at
watching
least try to catch one
on
of
all
them
our
to make
channels,
sure I
and
know
thank
what
you
it
for
is.
doing business with The Real Shot.
Glad he didn't stop. Further down. I'm looking from the side of you for cast. Just getting a bite right now. Not even seeing it.
Looks like Anthony's getting ready to go up for another pass. Kurt's looking to try and catch another fish. Matchup's looking good. It's 4 fish for Anthony at 13 pounds, 14 ounces.
One more.
Kurt the Killer Grable's at 3 fish, 13 pounds, 7 ounces. Kurt the Killer needs to let that killer out right now. Now's the time to make a move. And I don't mean move as in the boat. Make a move as in put 2 or 3 fish in the next 15, 20 minutes. Anthony forgot to turn his trolling motor off. We're being joined right now by Marianne Husky, who fished this event.
It's gonna fuck the cord.
Welcome, Marianne.
Well, thanks for having me.
You've been watching the studio broadcast there for a little bit. What do you think about the action going on?
This is amazing. Wow. It's awesome. We've got quite the setup going here. I'm very impressed.
You were the only other angler to try trolling in this event other than Anthony. What made you give that a try when you made that move to try that trolling pass along the shoreline there, across from the Dairy Queen landing?
Well, I knew that the fish were transitioning, and for those of you that fish, all of a sudden they're just going to show up there. One day they're there and one day they're not. So I had to at least give it one pass just to make sure, because they could have been there. Today they are probably there. So I think Anthony's going to do really well with the trolling.
What did that?
It's that time to make the change, and I know the guys next week are probably going to be doing a lot of trolling.
I've actually been fishing the exact same spot that you fished during the day, but I've been fishing it at night.
Oh, okay.
I was just mentioned that I fished a little fun tournament last Saturday. We fished exactly in that spot where you did, and I'm going to fish again Saturday, and I'll probably fish the same place. Of course, night fishing is quite a bit easier. They tend to bite the trolling passes quite a bit better at night. We've been able to catch quite a few fish, but that is a great spot. And also down past the 172 by the paper mill down there is also another great spot for daytime trolling. I expect both those spots to play a role next week, as a lot of these post-spawn walleyes are going to start moving down the river.
Now, these guys haven't hit that spot yet, though, have they?
No. Well, Anthony started there this morning, actually. We were kind of surprised. Anthony's fishing up by the dam now, which is where he's caught all his fish. But for whatever particular reason, he decided to start from the trestle to the 172 this morning on his first pass.
Okay,
and
good call.
He did not hook anything up there.
Really?
So then he moved up to the dam.
And what's the water temperature today?
I haven't heard anybody say. The last I had heard, Kurt said it dropped a degree and a half, so I think that probably put us somewhere in like the 43 and a half range.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard a firm number on that.
Okay.
Chris says he had you fishing today in his bracket, so...
Thanks, Chris.
He had a ton of confidence in you. As I think a lot of people did. That was a good match that you had going there with Ryan Dempsey, correct?
Yeah, I'll tell you, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the head-to-head. I can't wait to do the next one. I didn't say much on day one. There were some inside wages going, some bets going about,
At least a lot of people are catching
what I would be saying that day. So
ribworm still.
I'm looking forward to the next one.
Everybody's throwing them, and I can't get those finicky ones to eat them. But maybe these are pretty fresh females.
I'm surprised to see how much
they'll
boat
still
traffic
do it.
is out there today too.
Kurt's given us a lot of insight, so we try to pause when he is as much as we can. He just switched colors. He just switched to a purple plastic, which is something we haven't seen. He's pretty much been throwing that goby-colored Kitech all week. I didn't see for sure if it was a Moxie or a Pulsar or something, but it looked like a ringworm type style bait or plastic. And I think he's going with something a little more aggressive to try and see if he can trigger these bites, because the fish are definitely not feeding like they have been the last couple of days. Oh, and he just missed one.
That's what it is. That thing whacked it. Yeah, that thing thumped it. Tore the plastic down, but he might hit it again. That's all it was. I just gotta have that slower bait, I guess.
I've heard Kurt talk a lot this week about slowing
Something
it down.
different, I don't know.
He's really keen in on trying to make sure these fish really inhale it. He doesn't take a chance on them being outside the mouth and things like that.
Sure.
He's trying not to set the hook right away when they bite it, because he's afraid that if they whack at it, try to kill it, he'll hook them in an
The
improper
bites I'm
place.
getting, there's
Yeah,
not
make
a
sure they
lot of
take it.
fish in here. So they're fairly aggressive.
This is not going to be the
At
50
least
to
willing
50
to bite.
offensive battle
Not
we
like this morning
expected.
up in that bay with all the
No,
boats,
and I see
there's still a
Anthony's
lot of
running
fish
2
in there that
rods
just would
also.
they wouldn't do nothing. These fish are actually biting.
Spencer wants to know what your
They're
next
just
tournament
biting now,
is
but-
that you're fishing.
Well, I did sign up for the next head-to-head in May on Winnebago. I am supposed to fish the NWT, but after fishing head-to-head, I'm not too sure if I'm going to do any of those. I
Okay.
might stick with this.
Awesome. Well, let's say this is an awesome format, obviously, that a lot of people are excited about, and we've been talking for 2 weeks now worth of tournaments about the coverage that anglers are receiving, for this type of format. And boy, it's really going to change the game. I mean, for people that are doing this for fun, people that are doing it as a weekend angler, or people that are doing it for a living, if you want to talk about sponsors, if you want to highlight products, if you want to showcase your fishing skills, I'm not really sure if there's a better place to do it.
I don't think that there is, and I really felt that presence when I was fishing the other day, because it didn't matter what boat I was running, it didn't matter what motor. Everybody gets the same coverage, and you are head to head. You're up against one other person. It's a lot of fun, and there's guys here that I have never heard of, and they're doing phenomenal, which is awesome, because this is an opportunity if they are local and maybe they can't go fish a bigger tournament, and this is something that they can do. So it just makes it a bigger opportunity for those that couldn't do the big ones. So it was great.
Kurt's talking a lot about the fact that he's getting crowded,
Catch
and
5 of them here. And they're
people are also
as big as I think
pre-fishing
they
for
are.
the tournament tomorrow, the Green Bay Walleye Series.
Oh, that's right.
The spots are starting to
2
load
hours
up,
to do it.
and his options are becoming limited on moving.
Sure.
A couple of questions here, Marianne, and we'll try to stay tuned, but a couple of questions that people
Sure.
ask you. They wanted to know what your personal best walleye is.
Absolutely. Actually, my personal best was on Green Bay. It was 32 inches. I didn't take a weight on it. I was fishing. It was during practice for, I believe, an AIM tournament, and I had a young man out from, not Fishing Has No Boundaries, but it was a charity event that I had taken him for the day, him and his uncle. And I was putting in a crawler harness 16 feet back, went to snap the board on, and all of a sudden, thump. So that was my personal best.
Okay, and then another good question would be, what boat are you running right now?
I'm running the Lund 2175 Pro V, full windshield, and the 400 Mercury Verado. I've got Garmin electronics. I've been using the Panoptics since they first came out, and I absolutely love it. I'm really happy to see a lot of people also using the Panoptics. It's definitely a game changer for us.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the ice bundle this week, just because that's actually the unit that Anthony's using.
Sure.
And I think for a lot of weekend fishermen especially, who maybe want to justify it for themselves, maybe they want to justify it to their spouse, whatever.
Sure.
That's a unit that you can use, both on the ice, and Anthony might be hooked up here.
He is hooked up. He's reaching for the net.
Yeah, let's let Anthony go here. He's hooked up right now. I am going to share the registration to the head-to-head tournaments in the chat. On his other rod too, Marianne, his rod holder rod.
Yeah.
So there's where the 2-rod advantages come into play versus just that 1 jig stick in your hand.
Boy, I'd like to see him hook both of those up at once, though.
Boy, would that be cool.
Oh, boy.
That fish is pulling hard.
Oh, I think it's the wrong species.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently that's not gonna happen.
Was that a whitefish?
I'm guessing that's what it was, yeah.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I know
That
that
is
feeling.
definitely a first. I've never snagged a fish doing this before. Because there's a giant sinker that leads in front of it that you'd think would be able to get the fish out of the way, but
Yeah, these guys are close now. Just under 2 hours left. 2 different presentations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned yesterday in our end of the day kind of recap that I thought Anthony would have the advantage, even though Kurt has looked basically invincible for 3 days.
Oh, boy,
my only fear was when you're fishing these flats, as you know, and you said before, these fish are transient. They're on the move, right?
They're
they're moving up
move.
to spawn. They're moving down when they're done spawning. They're not really laying in one spot. And Kurt's relying on fish to be in the spot he's at and finding them there and or waiting them out to bite. And if it just so happens that 3 or 4 hour period they don't come through your area,
oh yeah,
he's stuck.
You are.
Right? But Anthony is trolling, and the fact that he's covering so much water, he's basically trolling from halfway to the 172 all the way up to the dam. He's trolling such a wide area that he's naturally going to go through some fish. I mean, he is.
Absolutely. And there's one thing that's happened to me in the past, and the mistakes that I've made being in a situation like this, pre-spawn, post-spawn, was I've wound up finding myself fishing behind the movement. So you really need to be ahead of the fish when they're on the move. And any time that you are behind them or thinking that they're going to be there, or you're trying to follow them, it can make it much more difficult. And I have made mistakes in the past by doing that.
All right. Some of the chat folks want to know what your favorite jigs are and colors.
That is a question that I get a lot. I don't necessarily have a favorite jig color. Actually, sometimes I will throw an unpainted jig. I know some of the best jig anglers in the country are colorblind. So sometimes it is a factor, sometimes it's not. If I'm going to pick one out of the box, my first one's going to be chartreuse. For brand of jigs, I don't necessarily have a good one. I just want to make sure that the hook is extremely sharp. So I've used different ones, homemade ones. I do a lot of these big trade shows and outdoor shows in Michigan as one of their keynote speakers, and I do try to support the local vendors as much as I can, the guys that are pouring jigs too. So
absolutely. I think,
started doing this yesterday.
For me, part of it is, am I using live bait or plastic? If I'm using live bait, then I think the jig head makes a big difference, the color of it. If I'm using plastic, of course, you got a lot of color in that plastic, so that's really where they're focusing. So then I think that, like you said, an unpainted jig is just as good as another. Part of it too is probably obviously how much you're going to get snagged and break them off. If you're going to be breaking them off nonstop, you really don't need a certain color necessarily. So, let's see.
Wind's not blowing quite as hard, but it's
What
yes,
rod
Tony, it
action
says
do I
Marianne
use?
Husky in booth.
I see there's a question about my rod. What rod
Yeah,
action do
go
I
ahead.
use? For the head-to-head tournament, I was using a medium light, and the rods that I use are actually a saltwater rod. They don't sell them anymore, unfortunately, but for this particular application, for me, the medium light works better. I know I heard a lot of people talking about the jig weight, and that's one thing that I did not use any quarter ounce. I was using a heavier 3/8. I always want to make sure that I have the confidence and can feel the bottom versus feeling the bite. And I know that there's guys that like to go lighter. There's nothing wrong with that. But I try to tell people that you need to gain that confidence with a little heavier jig first before you just jump to the lighter one. The current here in the Fox is currently pretty heavy. There was a lot of water pushing through, so you want to make sure you're feeling that.
Yeah, I think that's an important tip and a great tip that you just gave them, because most important thing when jigging for walleyes in general is to make sure you're on the bottom.
Yeah.
It's like, I think this is probably one of the only places in the river.
And depending on where you're positioning yourself in the Fox, whether you're closer to the main channel where the current's running faster or off to the one side or the other where it's flat and the current's a little bit slower, you can, of course, change the size of your jig. But I was using heavier jigs.
They were spread out and all pointed, pointed like walleyes. Grouped up like walleyes.
Kurt
There
was
a
just
lot
giving
of
us
them. It was probably 100 of them. Probably could have came in here and caught 20.
an
10 minutes left,
explanation
it
on
didn't matter.
what he saw in his side scan, whether they were grouped up or spread out, and what he looks for to see if it's their walleyes or a different type of fish. Jay Mitchell wants to know what your stress level was during the tournament, and maybe you can talk about the Way Live app and the fact that you know what your partner, your competitor's doing. What was your take on that? I asked Nick that yesterday. I mean, did that play a role in your mind on what your decision making was and stuff? And or did you find yourself checking on that, what the scoreboard was?
Well, I actually went through a transition during this head-to-head. I found out ahead of time that you were able to see what the other person was doing. And then they were giving us, your camera guy would give you an update on everyone if you chose to have it every hour. And I chose not to. For me, that can be a mental game changer for me personally. So I didn't really want to know what Ryan was doing at the beginning of the day. And then as the hours started to tick off of the clock, I changed completely. And I actually grabbed my phone and told my camera guy that I was going to check and see where he was at. I had gone through quite a lull, for those of you that watched it, and didn't have a fish until that whitefish at the end. So, yeah, you start to get a little nervous because you're thinking, wow, I'm not catching fish. I wonder if the guy that I'm fishing against, is he catching fish? I'm running out of time. What if he's catching fish and I'm not catching fish? So my stress level was actually overall much lower than it would have been in another tournament setting. And maybe that's because we were all in a tighter knit group within a mile or so. But as head-to-head progresses and we get, it gets warmer, the water temperatures go up, and we're going to have a little bit more space. And maybe this will happen next week with the guys that are fishing, because the lower bay is going to play. Dead Horse will play a part. University Bay will play a part. I think that you're going to see more guys checking on the weights and wanting to know what's going on with their competitor.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think it's everybody says, I'm not going to pay attention, I'm going to do my thing, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah,
but
well.
if you're in a tight match,
Right.
good luck. I mean,
No
it's,
doubt.
It's human curiosity. You can't help
help it.
check it out. Yeah, so it does play a role. We saw it in the first tournament with a couple of anglers who were in a lead, got down, started all of a sudden scrambling, moving, doing different things. It's a factor, and that's what's so interesting about this format versus any other format. You always have that. If you're out in another tournament and it's an 8-hour day and you're catching them or you're not, you have to play in your mind, are other people catching them or are they not? You have no idea, right?
You have no idea.
So you have to make decisions based on no intel at all in that way, where with this live app you definitely do have an idea, And that it doesn't make it any better or worse. It just makes it different. That's all. It's different than the other tournaments. So the other thing that's so cool about this format is you can have a not so good day and get through a match and then end up, going on a rampage, catching a bunch of fish, however you want to term it, get hot, whatever term.
Well,
you
look
wanna
what
use.
happened with Ryan. I mean,
Right.
he drove over to me after and said, "Wow, that wasn't so great." And I'm like, "No, it certainly wasn't for either of us. He did well. He moved on, but then boy, did he ever crush it the next day."
Yep.
I mean, good for him. So,
Then he ran into Kurt the Killer Grable, and
Right.
that was the end of that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I feel
but
like really, really calm right now. I know I'm just fishing for a big fish. Like I'm not looking to get 3 bites. I could catch one. I could get 1 bite and separate. Not that I couldn't catch a big fish where I've been, but I mean I only had 7.
good morning, Ronnie
Biggest
Rhodes.
one.
Ronnie Rhodes is a Lake Erie guy, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Thought so.
Great guy.
And that's how I usually fish a tournament. You're always trying to catch the biggest fish. So I don't know. I feel really comfortable with this.
Nicholas, actually, we've had a
Well,
couple
the whole
people
time
on here
period,
use
stuff
Ned
like
rigs.
that.
Eric Hadia used one. Justin Munt did in the first tournament. There has been a couple anglers that have used Ned
I
rigs.
know I'm getting up where
I'm starting to
Dempsey
notice
got
the
that
boats
green
there in the
one yesterday
background now.
again.
Yep.
Not
Traffic's
that I'll
playing
be
a
able
role.
to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's where he got it.
I think this last day, there's definitely got to be a lot more pressure on these two, knowing they're down to the final.
Well, I think one of the things that has to be going on right now, in my opinion, is that these guys are getting updates pretty much every time the other angler catches a fish, right? From
Okay.
the camera guy.
Sure.
That's kind of, I think, the way they have this working right now. That's my guess. I don't know that, but I'm guessing that's what they're asking for. And I think both of these guys are going to sit tight until somebody starts to pull away. And the minute somebody starts to pull away, you're going to see the other angler start to scramble.
Yeah.
They're both sitting tight. You just heard Kurt say, "I'm not panicking because I'm looking for a big fish." Well, he's not panicking because he's down 7 ounces.
Right.
Kurt will start to panic if he's
Yeah.
down 7 pounds.
Right.
And vice versa.
Yeah.
Kurt boats 2 fish in a row, and all of a sudden Anthony finds himself down 10 plus pounds. Anthony might put the trolling rod away and start jigging again. I mean, it's just, that's naturally what I expect to see happen. Hopefully, my hope is that they stay fish for fish here, and
Right down
this
to the
ends up
end.
being a wire-to-wire tight one, because it has been since the beginning. John wants to know the water depth. What were you fishing when you fished the tournament? What depth of water? You were up on the flat there.
I was on all the spots that I went to. Even the trolling spot were about 5 feet to 10 feet. There was a couple times I cast out into a little bit deeper water, but I was sticking with the shallower water. It was a little bit warmer. It wasn't a whole degree, but it was a little bit warmer. And I was kind of trying to target those fish that were pre-spawn, that were waiting till that water temp got to the right level, and then they went up and did their thing.
See a couple chats here. I saw one that said, I don't see where it went now, but somebody said they saw John Hoyer was watching. Wanted to know when he's going to fish an event. That would be fun. John's one of the hottest sticks on the NWT right now.
Yeah.
He'd be a great guy because I think he's real educational. He'd be a really good guy to have on camera and explain a bunch of things.
I think you're going to see a lot more guys that have fished professionally get involved with head-to-head. I talked to Scott Duncan yesterday, and he is a professional angler, but he is signed up for your salmon event.
Interesting. Yeah. that'd be fun.
So
yeah.
he's pretty fired up about that.
Good.
But as much as it's great that myself and some of the other pros sign up for it, I have to give kudos to was it Jesse Brady?
Yes, Jesse Brady. Yep.
Okay, so Jesse Brady went out. He was obviously doing a presentation that I personally would not have done.
Yep.
And look at how many fish he caught.
Yeah.
And it's really great to see that. It's great to see guys come in here, and it just proves that there is no right or wrong.
Absolutely. No, there's different ways to do things for sure.
Yeah.
David says he's glad you entered. You gave his 7-year-old daughter hope that she could be a pro walleye fisher girl. That's awesome.
That is great. Thank you, Dave. And I wonder what his daughter's name is.
Dave, what's your daughter's name if you see this, if you're willing to share? Harley says, doesn't get any better. 2 people left and 2 different techniques. I agree. It's awesome to see that. No live bait allowed in these tournaments. That's correct.
Oh, I see someone on there put one of these guys needs to switch to crawlers. Unfortunately,
Yep, no
head-to-head.
live bait.
Yeah, no
Yep.
live bait.
Nope. That's part of the fun of it. So part of
Oh,
the thing
yeah.
that head-to-head brings to fishing, you know, to walleye fishing, to salmon fishing, to bass fishing is that, you know, that you, without being able to use live bait, it's going to push these manufacturers, it's going to push these anglers to innovate more products to be better fishermen, to have better chances.
I personally love the no live bait. No live bait means no mess.
Absolutely. Tim Thomas asks how many anglers in a boat for salmon. Tim, it's 2 anglers, 1 camera person.
And it looks like David responded with his daughter's name is Alina. Is that
Yep,
correct?
That's what I would say, yeah.
Well, hello to Alina if you're listening. I wish you the best of luck. Send me a message on Facebook or have your dad send me a message anytime.
So we're looking at the matchup right here on your screen. Anthony Engelbert, Kurt Grable, everybody's familiar with those names by now. They've been fishing for 4 days and to get themselves here to the Friday championship. Anthony's sitting on 4 fish for a total of 13 pounds, 4 ounces, so his average is obviously a little bit less than Kurt. Kurt's sitting on 3 fish for 13 pounds, 7 ounces, but Anthony's got the 7-ounce lead right now. A lot of people talking about plastics. That's pretty much what Kurt Grable has been fishing for 4 straight days. He's used a Kitech Swim Impact quite a bit. He also has now switched to either a ribworm or ringworm style of bait.
I see there's a question on there. Would you like to see walleyes team versus single head-to-head? You know, my whole opinion is when I signed up for head-to-head, I read the rules. I knew what they were. I do appreciate the question, but I am supporting their rules the way that they have them, and I know that there'll be some changes due to the fact that they are still in their infancy stage. However, I do prefer the head-to-head. If it turns into a team event, then I guess we're just doing the same old thing that everybody else is, and that's what really sets these guys apart. So I like the head-to-head.
Yeah, they can use Gulp products. They can use any artificial stuff whatsoever. That's totally fine.
Hello to Western Michigan. I see Scott on there.
Dennis, that's an old school walleye tournament name.
And you know, I do want to give a shout out to all the camera guys also that are out there. Boy, they really did a great job. They're very patient with us, especially the gentleman that I had in the boat. It was tough for him because I like to fish on the bow, but then I would net from the back of the boat. So he really had to jump around me quite a bit, which I'm sure had to be challenging, and he really did a great job. Same thing with the other camera guys that were in the other boats. Appreciate everything that they're doing also for this.
I agree with Leo. A lot of respect for Kurt Grable. He's been very good about talking about what he's been doing all week. Eric Hadia was real good about that. The anglers definitely don't have to, but it sure does make it a lot more fun for the people at home watching to be able to hear directly from the anglers what they're using, what they're doing, how they're fishing. So if you are an angler that's looking to get in and you're comfortable speaking with the camera, you know, I do think that does add some value to the tournament series for sure.
I see hi from Red Wing, and then I also see that Chris had wrote that he meant a team head-to-head. Okay, understand. I still think that what they're doing with the single head-to-head is something that I would prefer. It adds some challenges to us. I love the penalty idea. It's fantastic. And then having to net the fish yourself, it's actually pretty exciting. So I'd prefer it stays the way it is. What advice do you have to a young angler getting into tournament fishing? From Jay Mitchell. You know what, Jay? The first thing that I would have to say, and this is something that happened with me when I first started tournament fishing, there was a lot of influence. You know, we have to do it this way, you have to do it that way. And just like I had said with Jesse Brady, the number one thing they need to do is have fun. And number two, that regardless of how they fish and what techniques that they use, they might be onto something that none of us have ever done before or wouldn't usually do. So remember that there is no right way and no wrong way. Experiment, try new things. I tried to tie up a rig in practice for the head-to-head, and I was so excited about it, took pictures of it, sent it to a couple guys, and then I got out on the water and put it in the water, and all it did was spin in a circle. It wasn't going to work. So, like I said, have a good time and try new things. And don't ever be afraid if you made a mistake, because we've all done the same thing.
Probably put them on. The odds are pulling the rapalas, and probably put them on 2 fish.
I see Kurt's talking about
Getting big ones yesterday. On the
pulling
rapalas.
crankbaits. Anthony's been on the move, hasn't he?
Keeps going up for more passes.
Again, that's my hometown area.
We were just going over. We're going to start the pairing show for next week's Deja Vu on the Fox. So we'll get that going here in a minute. So you're going to see on your screen 4 random numbers will pop up, and you guys will be able to hashtag angler and then whatever number you'd like to vote for. So for example, if you want to vote for angler number 4, if that's one of the 4 options on the screen, you can do hashtag angler 4 in the chat, and we are going to bring this option to you while we're fishing. So you can see our screen has just switched. Awesome. So we still got the live action going on here on the Metro Madness Championship with Kurt Grable and Anthony Engelbert. And then now on your left-hand side of your screen, you can see we have Angler 3, Angler 6, Angler 11, and Angler 16. Go ahead and hashtag whichever one of those angler and the number you want to vote for, and there's the bracket. So this is pretty cool technology here. Nobody else is doing anything like this. We're going to be able to do a live pairing show while we bring you the championship of the Metro Madness. A lot of questions on salmon tournament rules. We are working on them. I just don't want to say anything too specific right now in case we decide at the 12th hour here to make a change, but I think we got the bulk of the regular rules done, and I know a lot of you are really excited about the salmon ones, and so am I, so just please bear with us. We've got 5 months or 3 months or 4 months, whatever it is, but we do want to get that out so people can get signed up. But I promise you we're working on it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Left side where it says Monday is going to be AM. Right side is going to be PM. For those of you that aren't following, like really following head to head for next week, we've made another edit as we're dealing with all kinds of things here. Weather, the virus, all kinds of stuff. Weather Monday is, Mary, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's supposed to really snow.
I know. And you know what? Can we please just be done?
I'm ready for the snow to be done too. So
I've had enough.
What tournament control has decided, Marianne, is that we're going to do a double header on Tuesday, which makes for a long day for both the fishermen and
the camera guys.
And the camera guys.
Yeah.
Well,
But I
actually, the
think it's the
fishermen will
right
only
choice.
fish once. The fishermen will only fish once
Oh,
because
yeah,
it's the 2H.
correct.
But it's the camera people, as you said, and us commentators and the studio people that are going to put in a double header.
Yeah.
But at least we won't have people. We don't want people traveling with a boat behind their truck in snow.
No.
Right? So that's really the important thing. We're going to go ahead and stop the voting right now. We can go ahead and stop.
And if we do get the snow, you've got the county and the city putting the ice on too, and we don't want them running their trailers with that, or not the ice, excuse me, the salt. We don't want that on the boats either. Okay. I can see it right here. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, looks like we got the first 4 lined up. Do we want to reveal those right away, or we want to get them all lined up? Yep. We don't have any bios, so the first matchup's going to be Isaac Lakic, who is a returning fisherman from the inaugural head-to-head walleye tournament on the Fox. He's going to take on Scott Hauser.
Hauser, yeah. He's the one Isaac that jumped in the water, correct?
Isaac's the one that jumped in the water, yep. Scott's a local fisherman. He'll definitely know what's going on in the Fox. I think he's part of that Viper custom tackle team, so he's got a lot of connections there. Joe Mans is going to go up against Robert Kloss. Robert is a local guy as well. I know him for sure. Sheboygan Walleye Club member, I believe. He's going to know a lot about the Fox River, so that should be exciting. We can get the next 4 numbers up there, and we can get the voting started on that. While we're watching Kurt string another plastic on, are you familiar which one that is, Marianne? Or?
That's a bee and fish, right?
I think it probably is, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like a purple with a chartreuse tail.
I used a couple of those in practice myself.
So
Not that same color, though. I actually used the black with the white tail.
So this time we got Angler 1, Angler 12, Angler 15, and Angler 8. Go ahead and vote, #Angler. And whatever number you want to vote for the next 4 anglers to get on the board here. As I said before, the Deja Vu on the Fox. We're gonna have to skip a day, Mariana. What is everybody gonna do on Monday with no head-to-head going on?
Go fishing. What else?
Guess they go fishing,
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. we're gonna be live Tuesday morning for a double header, just like baseball when we have a game canceled out by weather. Head-to-head's gonna bring you a double header on Tuesday. All 16 anglers are gonna go. 8 in the morning, 8 in the afternoon, and by Tuesday evening, we're going to know what 8 are going to move on to Wednesday.
Well, and if you haven't got in trouble at work by now for watching head-to-head, you certainly will on Tuesday because it'll be an all-day event.
All right, we can go ahead and stop the voting on that one. I'll let it get settled in here as we're watching Anthony get reset after getting set up for another pass. Oh, he's really getting gutsy now. He's got 2 rods in his hand at one time.
Absolutely.
Put it out if I wasn't marking fish. Pick up and leave.
All right, so it looks like we're set.
But I'll give it a little bit of time.
Got Angler 1 going up against Angler 8.
Really hard to leave where I just was when I didn't get there till this time yesterday, and
Angler 12
they're biting very good, so
against Angler 15.
a little bit, and I'm probably gonna have to go try those.
So it looks like we got Jared versus Brett Alexander.
That's going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, that'll be a pretty good matchup
oh
there.
Boy.
Wow.
Oh
That's
boy.
exciting stuff.
Yes.
Brandon Roos versus Ethan Wright. We'll break down these matchups a little bit in our post-game tournament celebration when we find out who the champion is of the Metro Madness. We'll break down the matchups a little more for the Deja Vu on the Fox. We've got 4 new numbers on your screen here. The anglers are actually supporting us here a little bit. Nobody's caught a fish and had to stop the action in the pairings, but we're waiting for them to do it at any second. Up right now is Angler 7, Angler 14, Angler 2, and Angler 9. Don't forget, on the right hand of your screen is our championship match here, Metro Madness, on the Fox River in Deep Pier, Wisconsin.
So I guess my question would be, and some of the anglers will probably have the same question, because they're not fishing on Monday, they will still, if they choose to do so, pre-fish. They can, correct? Even though we're going to have bad weather, if somebody wants to go out there, they can.
We're going to need to confirm that with tournament control.
Maybe that's something we could
with
ask.
Kyle. With the weather, I wouldn't be surprised if he made a certain decision on that, but I surely am not the guy to make that call.
Okay.
I'm just a pretty face in the booth here. I'm hardly hardly eligible to make any sort of calls like that.
You're the voice behind Head to Head.
I guess so. So, got the 4 anglers. We can go ahead and stop that at any time. We'll stop the voting now.
I think that when I was waiting to see who I was paired up against and was watching this live pairing when you did it, I was more nervous than actually the fish doing the tournament. Waiting to see who it was going to be. Yeah, it was exciting.
We've got Angler 7 versus Angler 2, and then Angler 14 versus Angler 9. We'll find out who these matchups are. I'll let you answer this one question. Somebody asked Marianne if you have a go-to fluorocarbon line that you use. I think that's a great question that you could answer quickly.
You know, as a matter of fact, I just bought some Berkeley line the other day. Now, are you talking about line brand or weight?
I think they're referring to brand.
Okay, so there's your answer on brand. I will touch on the weight a little bit, or strength rather. So the strength is going to depend on the body of water that I'm fishing. Smaller inland lake, let's say up in Minnesota, maybe Big Winnie, I might choose smaller diameter, less strength than I would on Lake Erie, for example. So that's something I really didn't start getting into until after I had been fishing tournaments for quite a few years. I really didn't know the difference, and because of that mistakes that I had made in the past, I had lost a pretty big... Oh, Kurt's hooked up.
Swallowed it. Not as big as I thought.
It's on the surface already.
Hammered it. Finally.
Not only does Kurt say finally, but we say finally. We
right.
Get this rod holder out of the way.
That's a nice fish.
There is not a lot of fish in there.
Oh boy, this is when it's going to start changing up now.
Bite. It's not as big as I wanted, but it's a good one. He ate it.
That's exactly the way that Kurt's looking for them to bite. He's been talking all week about waiting for a certain point to set the hook so he doesn't set it too early on the outside of the mouth. That's what Kurt's been looking to get right there.
Oh yeah, just inhaled it.
Zero. Fish this really quick. Go back over there. 3.9?
3.9.
Just gonna make a few more casts in here. Go back where I caught that one and gill plated that one. See if we can get another one really quick. You don't have a whole lot of time, so.
For those of you watching, I just shared a link in both the Facebook and the YouTube link to the Bee Fishing Pulse R, which is what I think either Kurt is using exactly or a very similar version of it. I'll also share some other windworm style baits in a little bit.
They are just being. I just gotta drop it right. It's like they won't move for it. I gotta get it right in front of them and they'll hit it. And that thing sucked it up. But I'm sure it's just that moxies have all those ribs on them. So when they go to suck them in, there's just a lot more there to pull into their mouth. They flare their gills like a bass. And they can actually suck it in.
It looks like Anthony's going up to make another pass.
Yeah, Anthony's on the move, and Kurt just did a great
let
job
him pin it and then hook them.
of telling us that he was using a Moxie and why he was using it. Awesome from Kurt. So I'll share the link with the Moxies. I was paying attention to the pairings and not what he was using there. My mistake. So I've got that link in there for both you guys. So back.
Take these ribworms back up where I started and see if I can't get them up there. But I'm sure there's still 10 people up there. I'd probably never get the spot I want.
Back to the pairings, we got Mike Feurig taking on Nick Mills. That'll be a really good matchup there.
Absolutely.
We've got David Brazy, I believe, taking on George Freeman. So we got 4 new numbers on the screen now, right, or not? Or are we starting with 4 fresh? Starting with 4 fresh right now. So the 4 numbers we're voting on right now is Angler 4, Angler 10, Angler 5, and Angler 13. That's the last 4 numbers left to finish off the bracket for the Deja Vu on the Fox, which is going to start next Tuesday with a double header. And it'll be live streamed on Facebook, YouTube, and the H2HFishing.com website.
And I think next week, even though these fish are going to be transitioned, and there's definitely going to be some guys in the lake, both in Dead Horse and in University Bay. And I haven't seen the boundary, so I'm not really sure how far they can go. We're still going to see a lot of guys, I think, casting.
I agree. I think the other thing that's going to happen is the lower part of the river is going to start to play a role again. I thought there'd be some of that this week, but the spawn just didn't progress as fast as I thought it would when I saw 60-degree weather. But I agree with you. I think we're going to see a lot more fish, post-spawn walleyes heading back down, that anglers are going to be able to focus in on downriver.
And hope we might even see some hand lining.
Every time the boat kind of shifts and turns, I see more of them.
We can go ahead and stop the voting on the last set of 4.
Might only be a half a dozen, maybe 4 left that'll bite, but...
Okay, so it looks like we're going to have Angler 13 versus Angler 10.
The way today's going, that's a huge fish to catch.
Which is going to leave us with Angler 5 against Angler 4. The last 2 pairings are going to be R.J. Hardwood, pretty popular name in the area.
Yep.
Going up against Greg.
Oh,
Wiersba, yep.
Mm-hmm. That'll be a good matchup.
Yep. Then we're going to have Scott Risto going against Mark Jackson. Mark's familiar with this head-to-head format. He fished our inaugural tournament and put up some giant numbers the first couple days.
Boy, did he ever do a good job. Yeah, that'll be a good matchup, too.
Maybe that's what the problem was all day. I should have had a ringworm or a Moxie on. I haven't been doing good on those, though. Everybody's throwing them, so I can't. I've just been doing so much better on them little swim baits.
Somebody just said return of the beard.
Return of the beard, I agree. Hammer Jackson, yeah. It's going to be an interesting group of guys for sure.
I'm just curious, too, for all the listeners out there, do we have anybody that's chiming in from Europe that's watching this? I know I met quite a few people when I was over there. Just wondering if anybody is listening at this time.
We've definitely had a lot of people from out of the United States over the course of the last 2 tournaments. They'll chime in and say Ireland or Poland or wherever they're at. So
sure.
Head-to-head is definitely starting to become a more than just Midwest, more than just United States.
It's global.
Growth in popularity. I don't know if he decided to back out or what exactly happened with him, but he was, I think, in the tournament or considering the tournament, whatever happened there, but looks like Brett's still fishing, so. We understand too there's a lot of changes. I mean, we're making last minute changes. Things are happening here. It's just kind of part of the deal with all the things that are going on in the world right now. We're having to change our strategies on the go here, which is part of the learning curve with head-to-head, but it's just also part of the things we're dealt that we can't control either. Absolutely. So we're going to go through the pairings here, I think, one last time just to give everybody. So we got Isaac Lakich going against Scott Hausuer. We got Joe Mans going up against Robert Kloss, Mike Fierig and Nick Mills, David Brazy and George Freeman. And we got Jared. How do you say his last name, Marianne? Do you know?
Flickinger,
Flickinger?
I believe.
Okay.
Jared, if I, murdered that, I apologize.
I let you murder it, Marianne,
Right.
instead of me, because I would have. Brett Alexander. And we got Brandon Rouse and Ethan Wright. RJ Hardwood and Greg Wiersba. Scott Risto and Mark Jackson.
It's going to be a good tournament.
Yep, that's going to be our matchups.
Looks like we've got a few people watching from the UK.
Yep, we're going to start with the Deja Vu on the Fox again one more time for everybody that hasn't maybe missed it on Tuesday. You can go for me.
So the tournament that they're talking about starting on Tuesday is actually the replacement for Marinette, correct?
That is correct,
They had
yep.
to make a change on that. So those of you that are asking about Marinette, it actually will be the Deja Vu, which starts on Tuesday of next week.
Correct, yep. So Matt Trotz is back here. Russell had to step out. Thank you, Marianne, for joining us. It's exciting to have you here.
It's great to be here. This is just, it's really something. I walked around the corner and was in awe of everything that was going on. It looks like the cockpit for a pilot in an airplane out there.
Yeah, it's fun and exciting. So, yes, to kind of recap what you were saying, Marinette has been moved to the Fox River again. That's why we're calling it Deja Vu on the Fox. And then the reason we're not fishing on Monday is because of the inclement weather that's coming in. We want to watch out for the anglers, watch out for the camera staff, make sure everybody is safe. Now, it could be the weather may pass us, but unfortunately it gives everybody an extra day. The warehouse at the Real Shot could use that to get an extra day getting caught up on everything. So that's awesome. What did I miss here while I was out packing orders? We get some fish in the boats?
Yeah, actually, well, we had one fish caught while you were putting orders away.
Wow, that's another tight battle here with an hour, just about an hour left in the championship Friday. Because everybody's excited that it's Friday. Are you excited?
I'm excited that it's Friday. I'm actually working from home.
No, nice.
All week, and as much as you think when you're working in your office that that's going to be great, I'm having a little lag in my computer, so that's tough. But so, yeah, I was working this morning, and I'll be working again this afternoon.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we appreciate you making the effort to come in here today and hang out with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what do the viewers think here? Everybody that's on the chats, what did everybody think of that? The voting that works out so well for everybody. It's interactive. It's fun for us.
Best decision ever. I was getting so frustrated up there. There's like 9 boats around you, and every boat's got 2 or 3 guys in it. You're seeing guys catching.
Yeah, if Kurt gets hooked up with one more, they'll have much more of a separation. I mean, today versus yesterday. I mean, how many fish did Kurt catch yesterday?
Oh my God, a pile of them.
Yeah, it just shows you how much everything can change with these fronts moving in and moving out. But it doesn't seem, though Monday was real sunny. I fished on Tuesday. The wind picked up Tuesday afternoon. I mean, we've had a lot of changes, but our water temperatures haven't had a huge swing. It hasn't been a 5-degree swing, or even though 1 degree can be a lot for walleye fishing. But it's stayed somewhat consistent throughout these different fronts. I know we had some snow yesterday in certain areas.
Just
snowed
a
a little
crazy
at my
spring
house.
day in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Jeff, I don't think there are any side bets, not that I'm aware of. Kyle Carpenter, who's headed back over to the landing area for today, is maybe in on that one. Dylan, of course you should put another order in. And remember, we can always tell people that it's H2H10 to save 10% off your order at therealshot.com. Never going to financially recover from this. That's awesome.
After going this long without getting bit, how do you not switch it up is one of the questions. I think a lot of that has to do with confidence in your program that you have put together, whether you pre-fish for 2 days or 2 weeks. The last couple weeks there's been weather changes also, and I would assume, in my opinion, that these guys during those changes had better luck or just had more hits off of what they're doing. So they're definitely doing it for a reason.
Here's maybe a good one for you from Jason. How do you start getting sponsors for tournament fishing?
Oh, that's a very tough question. There's a couple different things that you can do. Now most of these larger companies have a tab on their website where you can apply for sponsorship. And then we're talking the bigger ones like Mercury, the Lunds, the Garmins. They have a sponsorship page, Optima Batteries, etc. It's really important for you to put together some sort of a resume that you can send in if you're looking for sponsorships. You can go after some non-endemics, if you're in a small local town, and maybe go to your local businesses. But make sure that if you're looking for sponsorship that you aren't just going and looking for a handout. You want to make sure that you're going to be able to market that sponsor in some way, shape, or form, and that they will, in fact, receive a return on their investment with you. And moving forward, they're going to be more apt to sponsor you continuously for additional years after your first.
There ain't no whitefish up in 3 feet of water, I can tell you that. Probably not. That better not be. That'll be a swear jar.
I've heard a lot of talk about the swear jar. Is it $1?
It's just a donation.
It's a donation. For some reason, before I started this, I thought it was $100 a word.
Well, if you want it to be $100.
Well, I don't know if that's a good idea for me. I might be paying you guys.
Yeah, right. No, that's another one of those Russell things he just puts together on the fly. It's just we get it, right? I mean, it's a family show. It accidentally slips out every once in a while.
That last hour is always a grind when the weather conditions have changed and the bites slowed down. It makes it tough.
I'm going to have to ask some guys about that with that camera stuff. How that affects that GPS, if there's some sort of way to insulate it or keep it from happening.
Sounds like
If you're trying to really, really precision troll something or go to a reef bobber fishing it and that GPS ain't perfect, kind of all over.
So Kurt sounds like he's
shouldn't have stopped on there.
Having some trouble with his boat. And
one, technically.
if I were to guess, I would say that the icon that represents the boat on his graph is spinning around in circles and it's not staying where he should.
I need some water. I don't want to stop. It's right there.
I can't speak for other brands, but I know that for Garmin you can add on additional equipment to prevent that from happening.
Jim says, these guys swear less than my wife microwaving a hot dog. They are very professional.
Well, exactly.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody wanted to try to jig whitefish. Right there is the spot to do it. There's about 1,000 of them right there. Like, wad, giant school.
I haven't seen anybody catch any sheephead either. Not this week, did they?
Yeah, no, I didn't. Max Wilson, I believe, caught a quillback.
Okay.
Yeah, we're closing in on that hour here. Final day of Metro Madness. Winner of this event will take home a nice little prize of $5,000.
I see there's a question wondering if Anthony knows that he's down in weight.
It's he can ask for an update on that, or if he wanted to, he could check the weigh live. But that's just taking you time away from being in the water. So yeah, you're gonna notice Bookham as a little more pressure here. You're gonna see a little faster presentation, a little more speedy.
I see that Jacob's got a question about if I could describe the bite and feeling of the bite you experienced during my round. Yeah, when they were biting, they were aggressive. There was definitely a nice thump on there, but there were a few bites that I thought that I had missed, and I don't necessarily know if I missed the bite. It could also have been the fish going after the bait, and they either missed it, it could have hit the side of the fish, it could have hit the tail, and you are still feeling that thump. It's just not actually a bite.
Right.
And I think every angler can mistake that for a bite on occasion and think, oh, I missed it, when you may actually didn't miss it.
Right,
so,
especially with the number of fish that are in the Fox. Well,
yeah.
Yesterday, Kurt was saying that rod he's using is so super sensitive, he could even feel the teeth. What he thought were teeth, it ended up being a carp. But
right.
that, I was going to say, everybody wanted that rod if that was the case.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, the 5 hours starts to grind on you
It
at
does.
this point.
I see they're drinking water. Maybe Jesse should have stopped by and dropped off a Mountain Dew for him.
And a Marlboro, baby.
Right, yeah. I mean, if you're not smoking, you might want to start.
That's a good tip. Of course, we don't encourage cigarettes and smoking.
Right,
but
no. But when you get that stressed out, sometimes you're like, oh, boy.
That's a good tip, George. Maybe the reaction bite might have turned on. You never know. Like you said, like Marianne said before, it's all confidence right now.
It is. So for me personally, when it starts getting down to that last hour, I'm one of those people that will start switching up. And 4 or 5 casts of one thing. All right, let's grab another rod. Let's try something else. I haven't seen any blade baits used yet today. And then what about this morning? Was anyone throwing the ripping wraps?
I believe it's just been the three-ray setup, and then
the plastics.
The plastic, the Kitech rig is pretty much what we've seen all day. Now in the hour that I've been away, I didn't see if anybody made any changes, but
no, not on like a blade bait or anything.
yeah, the thoughts start rolling in right here, like you were saying.
What should I do?
Make a change?
Yeah. Should I be over there when I'm over here?
Well, especially in a situation like this where there's so many boats out there, and if you start seeing somebody else catching fish,
I noticed they put the buoys in. I saw the Coast Guard out there the other day. That's not really an obstacle, but you can see with the buoy moving how fast that current is, in fact, flowing through there.
For Anthony yesterday, he actually dodged a buoy. He was focused. I think he had a fish on at the time and had to drive around one.
Well, you're not really fishing if you haven't bounced your boat off a buoy once now and again. Right, Jim? I said you're not really fishing if you haven't bounced your boat off a buoy now and again.
All right. So we have a slight little malfunction here, but we can kind of recap what we got going on now. So Anthony is at 13 pounds 14 ounces. He is 3 pounds 2 ounces down. He has 4 total fish, 3 pound 7 ounce average. His big one for the day is 4 pounds 13 ounces. So that 3 pound 2 ounce difference right here on the Kurt side is he's at 17 pounds flat. He also has 4 fish in the boat. His largest one was a 6 pounder with a 4 pound 4 ounce average. That's neck and neck. It's too close to feel comfortable about it, especially the way Anthony pulls forward in the last hour of every round so far. So I'm excited for the rest of today. All right. Well, while we're waiting for these camera issues here, we can kind of go over the brackets. You can see it kind of behind me. The other cool thing. No, you don't need to go to me. The other cool thing, too, is for those who we get a lot of messages here, a lot of comments. Anybody interested in being a camera guy or an angler for the upcoming head-to-head events, in the registration page, I believe the links have been working here. I'll share it again. I'm going to drop them in the comments. Here's all the information. If you want to be a camera person, just send us a message to H2H Fishing on Facebook. But there you can kind of look at. Oh, they're back.
There we go.
I don't have to talk as much. People are probably excited about that.
I have a feeling that these guys are going to both get hooked up a couple more times in this last hour. And it does seem, at least for when I was out there, that the bite, you'd have those couple hours that almost like the feed bag is on, and then slow down and then boom and come back again.
Just a little bit, right?
It's like the winds died down maybe a little bit too.
Oh, got a move going on here. So I see Brandon has a message here. Did Russell go over the winners for the Facebook, YouTube giveaways?
I don't think that he did he? Okay.
They're just so scattered.
Oh, he did. Okay. Well, I can go over them again here. So Facebook. Let me.
Nobody's touched this little pocket up here yet. It's not in a while.
Somebody made a comment that they broke the viewership limit. I don't know if they'll ever be able to do that, but the more and more, the better.
Yeah.
Too many here.
Let's see what he's saying here.
I think what you guys are going to see with head-to-head too, as this the virus, they start to loosen up the shelter in place, and once people get to travel again too, you're going to see some anglers coming from other states coming over to fish this. So I know I've talked to quite a few guys that are chomping at the bit because they can't. They're not encouraging state-to-state travel, so they're anxious to, whether it's this season or next season, get in on this. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, just to kind of go with what Marianne was talking about, is one thing that people maybe question is Kurt is not a resident of Wisconsin, but he might as well be. He's been working in Oshkosh.
Yeah.
He's to the point where he actually has a house in Oshkosh now, so he's basically a resident without being one. So again, like everybody at home, we're taking all the precautions with the anglers, the camera officials, the staff here at the head-to-head headquarters. We're doing the best we can to possibly get through all this stuff, and we appreciate everybody that's been watching this. Hopefully everybody at home is taking the time, to be careful and practice social distancing. If you feel like the way I feel right now, I'm just ready for this things that go back to somewhat normal. Just get outside and have a little break. But again, everybody be out there, be safe. Thank you to all the hospitals, the nurses, the doctors, everybody that's been volunteering.
First responders,
everybody.
They're doing a great job.
Yep.
And I think everybody in our area, we're fortunate that they've been really following what they need to do. So it's keeping the spread down. So we're happy about that too. We've got some questions on the blade baits. I'm noticing yeah, I think the warmer the water gets, the better it's going to get with the blade baits. And I think that you're going to see more people using that in the summertime, especially out on Green Bay when it gets really flat calm and it's on those hot days. Our water temperatures, surface temps are above 70. On some of the reefs, the popular reefs that most of us know, I think you're going to see some people throwing a few more blade baits than they did in the past. I mean, there's no reason that you can't be casting blade baits and ripping wraps once it gets warmer.
Oh, correct.
Yeah.
Did you and Russell talk about here? I see we got some questions here from about a noon giveaway. I'm not familiar with that, so if Russell announced another noon giveaway, he'll be back here before we end this chat at 1 o'clock for the announcement here. So I'll let him kind of handle that. But did you guys talk about how there's potential for a trolling bite into next week at all?
We did a little bit. I think there's definitely going to be a game changer with that. The fish are in transition. I don't think that's going to be just trolling. I'm hoping we can see some guys hand lining too.
Oh, yes.
And I do think there will be some guys that are still casting. There are some really great rock piles in the lower bay, and post spawn they hold some nice fish. So, we've got the heavy hitter Brett Alexander. He probably knows where most of those are, so I'm sure we'll see him doing some of that. There's a couple guys I'm not too familiar with, and I'm hoping that somebody, like I said, we've got a hand liner out there.
Right.
Mix it up a little. Well, I think that it is my turn to sign off for the day.
Oh,
Yep.
awesome. Well,
And
thank you. I mean, not awesome that you're signing off.
Yeah. Thank God we didn't get her ready.
No, you did a phenomenal job. Hopefully everybody on the comments really appreciated
We'll get the
being in
elbow
here.
bump.
Yeah,
Yep.
elbow
Well, I
bump.
appreciate everybody listening. It's been fun. You'll see me in the next couple of months, and then in May.
You're signed up for
I'm
which is the
signed
Bago
up.
event?
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
man.
Bago is my, I don't even know what to call it. I've always struggled on Bago, so when I saw that, I decided to fish it. If you don't keep going back to this place that you really struggle with, you will never get better. So I might even sign up for the one in June too.
Yes.
I mean, I'm really going to punish myself.
That's so
Yeah.
awesome. We're so excited for you. Before you leave, though, do you have to give a shout out to anybody, any of your sponsors, anything like that? Did you kind of do that already?
No, I didn't actually have a chance to do that. First of all, before I go down the sponsor route, I want to make sure to say hey to the gals at Foxland Harvest Store and Valley Building Systems. I run Valley Building Systems, so if anybody out there needs storage for their boat, I got the best crews that can build you some storage, those man caves, the she sheds, etc.
Oh.
One of my co-workers, Beth, she is a heck of an outdoors gal when it comes to hunting, but she wasn't real familiar with fishing until this.
She's addicted now?
And I talked to her yesterday. She actually called the weight out on a fish.
No way.
Yeah. So, so if Beth, if you're listening, which I hope you are, thanks for watching. And then when it comes to sponsors, Lund Boats, love you guys. Mercury Marine, Debbie Prebke. I don't know if she's watching, but she's just a great advocate for Mercury. So we're happy to have her around. And then of course Garmin. Most of the people send me messages. They ask me questions about the Garmin, the Panoptics. Continue to do that. I'm always happy to answer questions that I get. So, and thanks so much to all you guys at Head to Head. That's going to be it for me today.
Well, one last thing before,
Yeah.
social media-wise, where
Social
can
media.
people find you?
Facebook is probably the best way to do
Okay.
it. Yeah. I took my website down. I no longer have that up just because of my real job as a running a construction company. Again, it takes up a lot of my time, and so Facebook is the best place to do it.
Awesome. Well, thanks again, Marianne. Thank you, everybody, for such nice comments for her. And we can't wait to see her again at the Bago event coming up in May. How's everybody doing out there in the chats? Big plans for the weekend here. We hoping these guys can get on the board with another fish.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, Jim's back. What's up?
Captain Keller's back for about 10 minutes, and then Russell and Matt are going to wrap this up, the championship day. Good Friday, everybody. God bless everybody. Thank you for watching Head to Head. And thank you for doing business on the Real Shot. And we got a real fishing tournament going on here, folks. We got 46 minutes left. They both have 4 fish. They're 1 fish difference. And any one of these guys gets a smash now, it could be the big money fish. So this is going to be tremendous. Yeah, and thank Marianne for stopping in. She's going back to work. She's a executive at a construction company, and she's one of the top lady anglers in the country. So thank you again, Marianne.
All right, stay up there again. I'm just gonna push us forward again. There's gonna be a pot of fish up here in the next 500 yards. A pot that I haven't fished yet.
Kurt's making a move. He's looking for a pot of fish. If he finds it, he could easily catch 3-4 fish, Matt, in the next 45 minutes.
Matt wants to ask a question here. You run hand lines at all, Jim?
I really don't hand line, but I will do what Anthony's doing. I will 3-way a lot, and I will dead stick. We're trolling tournaments. I'll run, like we can run 3 boards apiece, so we'll run 4 boards way out, and then we'll hand line. Each of us will have a flat line, and we'll either jig it like Anthony's doing, or we'll dead stick it. And boy, I'll tell you, that's fun. When you get a big walleye that tacos that hand line, that is fun. And sometimes they want that different action. You know, a board's out there and it's wiggling, but it's really not erratic. But you can put a lot more action in the bait when you got the rod in your hand.
Mark wants to know, how do you hand line?
As far as, well, they got a reel. They got heavy line, heavy weights. They can run multiple lines on it. And they actually got a reel on the side of the boat with a pulley system off the back. And they sit there and they're trolling, moving slow upriver, and they're just moving their hand back and forth. They're feeling the bottom, and all of a sudden whack, whack, bang, and then they got a fish on and they bring it in.
Looks like we're going to have both anglers making a move here as we close in on 43 minutes left. Championship day.
Yeah, they know the deal, and they know they're both 4 fish, and they know it's anybody that gets a big fish could win this right now. But Anthony's got to catch at least 1 keeper just to get close. But any fish over 4 pounds right now is going to take the lead for Anthony, and Kurt's already got the lead, but he knows it's not safe. 42 minutes left with a good fisherman like Anthony, and he could get a double on one of these deals too. He could have one on both rods, but you can't flop a fish in the boat. You have to get one in, get it weighed, then you hope it stays on, and you go back and tend to the next fish. That way we protect the fish, and it just makes a lot of sense. So we're going to have a pretty cool championship shootout here for the next 40 minutes, folks. So stay tuned. We got over 3,000 viewers on our 3 channels, and tremendous reception for this new circuit. And a lot of the circuits are filled up, Matt.
Yeah.
But you can go out to the Head to Head Facebook page and check out the what's open and what's not, and
Yep,
what the dates are.
registration page.
Head2headfishing.com registration page. Easy to do. It's a very fun circuit. People love it. You heard Marianne. She thinks this is the #1 circuit that she might fish this year. And I know the Sheboygan salmon one's full, Matt. I don't know about there's a walleye tournament coming up May 11th through the 15th, Winnebago, and then that's the entire Winnebago system. And then the one on June 1st through the 5th is just Lake Winnebago, Matt. And I think the first railroad bridge by the old Pioneer Inn and then out in the lake. So, and by then it'll be jigging, slip bobbering, some river fishing, but the river fishing will pretty much be done by June. And they'll be out in the lake trolling around and working the rock bars, jigging.
That was a phone call Anthony does not want to take at this time. He's to focus on championship day here.
Somebody asked what speed Anthony's trolling. He's trolling into the river probably 0.7 to 1 mile an hour. Just the weights are bouncing off the bottom. He's got about a 2-foot lead with about a 4-ounce bell sinker and about a 5 to 6 foot lead. And he's just bouncing the bottom, waiting for a tick-tick smash. And he's really good at this and he's comfortable at it. And that's why he's in the championship today. And of course you saw Kurt put on a beat down the last 3 matches. 44, 44, 64. And today he's still in the lead, but he's only got 17 pounds, but he only got to win by 1 ounce, Matt.
That's all it takes.
It's 38 degrees out here in northeast Wisconsin. Again, this is on the Fox River.
And I'm sure if you caught one, you'd hear about it. To a point.
Well, they just kind of ran.
Okay. He's got a fish like he's got another one. Fish like I'm behind.
Yep, these are federal waters.
Stretch is gonna be a perfect last half hour of the day. That's all I can do. Try this. Spend a ton of time over there.
We got a little mic trouble, but we'll get it fixed. These technicians are unbelievable, Matt. They keep this show going.
Yep, they're working hard.
But these are federal waters, Winnebago system flowing through 16 locks down into the pier, out in the mouth of Green Bay, out to Lake Michigan, and through the Great Lakes.
It's a real good
St.
question.
Lawrence Seaway and out to the ocean, Matt.
Yep. Andy, I guess if they wanted to split the pot, they most definitely could. We heard the rumor was that Nectarline shared it with his partner Ryan Foster. So their money, they can do what they would like with it.
Somebody goes slow death with crawlers, but you'd have to use artificial crawlers in this tournament.
Just to get it
Guess
up
that
on
is
my
a
jacket.
killer method,
Just
but
unzip it a little bit.
they could use it here, but they can't use live bait. Well, we're closing in on a half an hour, folks, so hang in there. Don't leave your set. It's going to be awesome. I got a feeling one of these guys is going to hook into a dandy pretty quick here. That's what makes this head-to-head so great. Just think of the grind these guys have been through. They pre-fished for probably 2, 3, 4 days, and then they've been at this all week. This is their 4th day on the water this week. So they're not only excellent fishermen, they're tough. They're tough people, but you can see they're young, so they got some mileage left on their tires there, Matt.
Oh.
Captain Keller here is running out of mileage.
Yeah.
I got some tread left, but not as much as they do.
Right where a bunch of them are sitting. No way. Hold the plastic down. He's gonna bite it again. One of them's gotta bite it again. Oh my gosh, that was perfect. How did I miss it? Just hold that line. Just.
Nope, no minnows on board, folks. Again, no live bait. This is a artificial only format.
Seen 3 guys fish this spot since we've been down there. Yeah, they missed some stuff.
So we got Kurt Grable jigging with a plastics and a plastic ripple tail. And we got
Yes.
oh, we got a hookup.
Mouth.
I saw the fish. Here it comes, right by the boat. Sweet. Boy, was that something.
Look at how.
No,
It's just like the first one.
wow,
And
that
the
thing
the
hit
tip
close
of his
and
lips.
bang.
It's crazy. I gotta get another one yet. There's a bunch more in there. There's a few more in there. Zeros? Alright. Settle down, settle down. 2-7?
2-7.
Yes.
Nice.
Thank you, Hummingbird, for the best side imaging. That's unbelievable. Seen like 4 of them in there. Catch one. Yeah, 2-7. Got it. He hasn't caught one. Oh my gosh.
Get them other 2 now. Get them other 2.
I try. Well, the boat spun around, so I'm not exactly lost my reference point. Man.
Well, we were explaining, folks, that
Yesterday,
Kurt's
Tim was my
jigging with a
cameraman.
plastic,
He's the
a
bass
jig and a
guy. We were
plastic
talking about
paddle
bass
tail.
fishing. And he said he hates finesse fishing. He's more of a power fisherman. And he said, I kind of agreed. I said, there really isn't power fishing for walleyes. There really isn't any. I don't know. I think I'm kind of power fishing for walleyes right now.
Yeah, I'm calling that.
Just trying to put my bait in front of as many new fish as possible. I mean, I'll make 2 more casts at these ones if they don't bite it. I want to find fresh ones. Because there's fish that want to bite. You just got to get your bait in front of them.
Okay, folks. God bless. Good Friday. Happy Easter to everybody's family. Thanks for watching this new circuit, H2H. It's awesome. And thanks for trading with the Real Shot. I'm turning it over to the one and only Russell K. Hagan.
Finally able to catch
God
a second
bless
fish
everybody.
out of this spot.
Thanks, Jim. We
The
appreciate
only
it. Have
other
a
fish I
great
caught
rest
out
of
of
your
this spot
weekend.
was that 996 before tournament. And I've just come in here and just whiffed on them ever since. Just missed them. It's like it's some community hole and they just barely touch it. Maybe it is. I'm not exactly sure. It looks awesome. It's a big back eddy here. But they just, I don't know, maybe I should have been throwing a ringworm down here the whole time. Just kept throwing my same swim baits and they kept missing it.
Hot 2 trout, I'm back.
Hey, buddy. Responded here. Kurt's doing a great job talking, so I'm going to stay silent for a while, let him kind of do his thing. But I just want to say here, Luke asked what color is he using. I believe he's using that firecracker chartreuse tail, it looked like.
You're 100% right, yeah.
Was it? I couldn't tell if it was a moxie or a ringworm.
It is a
though.
moxie.
It is a moxie.
Yep.
Here we go.
Got the regular, like, ringworm type tail, not a paddle style that he had been throwing all week.
Catch another one. If he's pulling his 3-ways right now and he hears that I got one, he's gonna run back up on the flats and get into one of those little holes.
He's hooked up.
there and start
Anthony's
tucking
hooked up.
that
Oh my gosh.
Weight bait or a plastic around, and he can dink 2 of them pretty quick if he lands on them right.
You literally saw his rod bend over before he even saw it. It was
That's
kind of cool.
awesome.
I had happened to be staring at him, and I saw his rod go, and I saw him kind of put the hooks into it. It's interesting. You could see his boat turning sideways here, Matt. I think what he decided to do was take it out of forward motion to just kind of hover over the top of the fish.
Well, somebody had asked earlier what they thought the battery situation was from him. You know, they saw his motor trimmed up, and they were wondering if that's what he, you know, that was a choice he made there.
Yeah, well, his motor's trimmed up, so he has to use less power to get it going forward, which is saving on the battery. He may have done that once he realized he was low. He may have just done that all the time.
Here we go, everybody. This is going to make an intense 30 minutes left of championship day here on Metro.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now, Matt. I want this thing to come up and be the right one. It is straight down. This has got to be a nice walleye. Rod is bent over. It's straight down. Oh, boy. The entire studio is on the edge of their seat.
Yeah.
Oh. Big head shakes. Big head shakes. Look at those head shakes. This is not a little fish, and I can tell you from a guy that's done it. Oh!
I knew it was going to happen. I could feel the gosh darn hooks coming out of its mouth. Okay, let's go back up.
Get back in there.
Dang.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time left. Can you believe that?
Yeah, you know, this is... It was just coming out of my mouth. I was going to say, being a guy that's pole lined a bunch, I know exactly how he feels. When you have a really big walleye on one of them tiny baits with tiny hooks, every head shake, your heart just drops.
Yeah, he said he almost felt like the hooks were coming free.
Exactly. And what he means by that is every time you get that head shake, you're almost just waiting for that hook to come out because you know that that small hook can only take so long, right?
Unreal.
Oh. I can tell you right now, if that fish was hooked in the mouth, which by the way it was head shaking, I would guess it was, that was the right one. That was a 5 to 8 pound fish.
I know why.
You know, what's interesting is his tactic has been to bring them up nice and slow, which is normal, but you almost wonder, you give them too much time in the water.
Right.
Maybe you don't give them too much time to get off, too.
Sometimes you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I mean, that's just... Oh.
He is, I give him a ton of credit though. He could have sat there and pondered that and played the oh man, that, you know, feel bad for me thing. Nope, he threw the rod in the boat, he got his other rod in, and he's on his way up for another pass. He knows that he's one fish down here. One fish, one right bite, and he's back in this thing, maybe in the lead.
You know what I think is awesome is that even Kurt Grable fans were a little bit excited about what we had going on there.
Absolutely.
I mean, everybody is just pulling for everybody in this format, which I absolutely love. You have your favorites, but you also love the show.
When I really needed that one.
Aaron Anderson said if that was him, he would have needed a big swear jar.
Dang it.
He had to come back against Alexander.
Needed all 3 that got off, actually.
Brady. Better start catching him. He does. I mean, if I had half an hour and I needed one fish.
There's 10 pounders down there.
I know, but I mean, if I had a half hour and I needed one fish, I would be freaking. I mean, I'm kind of freaking out right now, but I would be really scrambling. I mean, my brain would just fuzz, just waiting on a hook set or waiting on a bite. It's still all I'm doing right now, anyways.
You're gonna get another one. You're gonna get another one.
I think so. Because down there was a lot more fish. Getting that one now, I'm not worried about running back where we got that big one and the other one. So here, there, be done.
Wow.
Just
I'm
gotta
just
catch
feeling
them.
all my heart is like just
Yeah.
going a mile a minute here.
Little point down there. I think I can do that.
Randy, we did see the Dubuque rig a couple of different times over the last 2 weeks.
Punch him right over here.
fucked couple.
Yeah, somebody just posted in the link how much does it cost to go in. A couple of guys have posted 500. That is the new cost.
Yep.
For the walleye head-to-head events for 2020.
You know, I think it's awesome. The people in the chats have almost become the commentators as well. They
become the chat commentators.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
They can answer questions before a weekend.
Yep, which is nice because a lot of these people come on and off, and that's awesome. We know everybody can't sit on for 5 straight hours necessarily, so they come on and off, and they miss something, and somebody that's been on the whole time can chime in and help out. We absolutely want to help everybody out and answer every question. It's just not reality.
Oh,
right?
if the people at home could kind of see our chat board here, it just flies by. Choo, choo, messages after messages.
And that's what we want.
For
That's the
sure.
type of thing we want. Are you seeing what I'm seeing right now? 2,500 people on there?
Yeah.
That doesn't even count the website, which I heard the website was on fire yesterday.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We are down to 25 minutes in the Metro Madness Championship. This is a one-fish battle between these two guys. They're separated by one fish, and Anthony Engelbert on his last pass just had a giant fish on, and it got off, unfortunately. He's missed a couple today. He's had to throw back an undersizer.
You know, if we're giving out nicknames, I want to call him the closer.
The closer? Yeah.
The closer, because he comes back and he gets the job done. He closes the deal in the last hour, and you know, I'm excited for this matchup for the last 25 minutes here. This is awesome stuff.
So we got Kurt the Killer Grable versus Anthony the Closer Engelbert.
Yeah, there we go. Russell, what did you do while I was gone? There's so many people talking about a giveaway.
The giveaway is right here. You want to announce it, or can't you read my writing?
Is that the?
That's the noon giveaway.
The
Yep.
noon giveaway. All right, everybody.
And it was for 2 H2H hats, which are laying to the side down.
All right, now I know. All right, I apologize. Here, people have been mentioning it, and I'm like, I didn't know what Russell
Yeah, I
did.
forgot I wasn't in noon. I wasn't in here for the noon time.
All right, so it's Shane, Shane, Keith, Keith on Facebook, and then Ken
Harshberger,
Hershberger.
Correct.
All right, so I'll announce them again. So Shane Keith on Facebook, and YouTube was Ken Hershberger, however you want to pronounce it. I apologize. Trats, Trut, all that kind of stuff. I've heard them all.
Hot to Trot.
Again, that's how you can find me on the old Instagram. I appreciate it. There's been quite a few people following me. I'm excited for that. And Russell, you can be found where? TRS Sheboygan.
TRS Sheboygan on Facebook, Russell's Fishing Tech on Facebook, and I'm just about maxed out on Russell Gahagan's personal page, so
Whoa.
that's going to have to
Isn't that
change.
like 5,000?
5,000, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sitting next to a legend.
Yeah, something like that.
Legend in his own mind. Hey, it's our story. We can tell it whatever way we like.
That's right.
I always like to drop this on people when they're feeling a little bit of too self-confidence to say, hey, it's your show. I'm only lucky enough to watch it for a half an hour.
There you go. I love all the guys and gals in the comment that said you're pronouncing it wrong, and then they put their name in there. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, they're clever. They're clever on the old chat.
Oh, yeah.
Don't miss a thing.
They don't miss a thing, and that's part of the fun. I'll tell you, I've had a ton of fun these last couple of weeks interacting with all the people watching and having fun with it. It's good. It's all good stuff.
Zach says, anyone out there also have their phone in their toolbox watching it periodically? I think if we could only get pictures of the contraptions people have going on at work right now, it'd be awesome.
I've heard of quite a few people having their phones in their pockets with either AirPods or headphones on while they're working, listening to
it.
Yeah.
We've had truck drivers say that they had their earbuds in, listening to it while they're driving. Thank you, everybody. Andy Glass, huge shout out to everybody. Thank you, everybody, so much. Thank you, especially all these amazing viewers, everybody that shopped through therealshot.com over the course of the week. The support has been outstanding.
Andy Glass is a great TRS supporter. We're just super lucky we got a lot of them.
Justin, how did your son do on that test? We understand. We get it. All the parents right now are homeschoolers. Don't tell the boss, it's a secret. We won't say your name. On break. 21 minutes left here.
One more pass to make it a good one.
Here we go, baby.
Interesting enough, I don't know how many people noticed this, but obviously that was a crazy fast pass for Anthony. He obviously has decided that he's zeroed in on the area where he's getting bites, and he's going to make short passes here to try and get a couple passes in instead of making a long one.
Back to where a lot of those fish were. There were them rocks.
Justin says we need a TRS in western Wisconsin. Maybe Brian wants to open up 2-3 more stores. I mean, he doesn't have much going on. Oh, that wasn't a thumbs up. Sorry.
No. Some people might have said you saw a bird fly through the office here at the Head Dead Studios.
I got it confused with a thumbs up. My mistake.
Yep. Hey, great job on the pairing show, by the way.
Thank you.
Did you miss me a little bit?
I did a little
All
bit,
right.
yeah.
All right. I came in here and saw that was going on, and I shed a tear.
Yeah?
Just one.
That was our thing.
Yeah, man.
That was, yeah. I can't believe we're down to 20 minutes. We got Kurt Killer Grable at 5 fish, 19 pounds, 7 ounces, and Anthony the Closer Engelbert, 13 pounds, 14 ounces, 4 fish. We're going to find out if Anthony can do what he's done all week, and that is come from behind and close this thing out and try to win the second H2H Walleye event, Metro Madness.
Just a few on that right side, kind of close there. They're just really close to the bottom, so you don't see the big shadows. There's 2 on that down scan. There was 2. Still, there's 2.
Hey, the closer is mine, Brian.
Fish are moving
Did you
around
not
so
hear
much
that?
here.
I came
They're
up
just
with
in
that
this-
nickname.
It's like a little current.
Wow,
run.
somebody wants a
Quick little
TRS in
flap, there's a lot
Montana.
of
That
current
might
on
be a
it.
little far. Thankfully,
They're
we
not
have therealshot.com, so we're basically
just
global.
waiting for a bait to float by. But it's where I caught my second fish, I think. Right, just a little further down, where I caught that second fish, and then had that one in the gill. So I know that the fish are going through here. Last one came in an eddy. The big one came in an eddy. The first one came in an eddy. I don't want to be in the current, but I got to just go wherever the fish are.
Jay Mitchell wants to know, are the guys in the warehouse watching? No, they're giving the old thumbs up quite a bit to you and I right the last couple of days.
Warehouse Madness is still on.
Warehouse Madness.
And I want to cast shallow. I don't want to go deep for those other ones.
But no, they truly appreciate it. And just remember, again, just be patient with everything from shipping to when baits are coming back in stock. With, not only the overwhelming support of people ordering from therealshot.com, but just the fact that a lot of businesses are still shut down and starting to reopen slowly but surely. We're doing our best to fill orders, get new product in. The scales are another one that we're seeing a lot of. People are excited for the Rapala scales that we have coming in stock. Hopefully by next week sometime, we've placed a express shipment on those. So just show a little bit of patience, especially with getting messages, emails. We're everything's overwhelming in a great way. So thank you, everybody.
I just got an interesting text message from Jake Lapine, who fished this event. He just showed me his Garmin perspective view and his cell phone with H2H Fishing on as he's out fishing right now. So, as you said before, we're seeing all kinds of people in the world watching H2H in all different areas, situations, at work, at home, out fishing. People can't put this thing down. I mean, it's been a lot of fun.
speaking of can't be putting stuff down, the cameraman looks like he's stretching a little bit here. I agree with Eric. Anglers have done a phenomenal
Push back up into
job.
that eddy there. You can stay right there though. There was more in there. I'm not gonna trust going back down there for those fish because there wasn't as many back that way.
I would say we got a little scrambling going on right now. Grable's trying to get maximum use out of this last 15 minutes, and Anthony is starting to make really short passes.
They're here. I agree with you. I don't want to bite in that current.
We have had some people kind of asking about what they believe that some of these anglers are wearing for clothing. One thing that I was noticing though is the hook. It looks like to me the hook double down is what Kurt's wearing. That's a nice jacket. Huge savings right now on therealshot.com, so check that out. It's a good look at that foot pedal that everybody's been questioning about. It's a great idea.
And I think it does look like it's actually a wired one. I thought it might be wireless, but I think I can see a wire hanging down.
Yeah, that is a great sound. That motor firing up.
I think this is the match they wanted. The final day match they wanted. Drama till the end.
5-round championship fight.
Yeah, that's what it was, or that's what it is. It doesn't take much to pop a great big one, throw it back in there, and catch another. I wonder how big that one is he lost. That sucks.
All I heard, he says that I'll give you a weight update when he weighs his fish if it's big enough. Then there was a long pause. Then he said that he goes, Anthony just lost a fish, so I'll give you a weight update.
Gotcha.
Wow, that's interesting. Kurt just got the update that Anthony lost a fish. Interesting to see if that sort of affects Kurt's psyche at all here.
So I don't know if he's running 2 rods or not. He was in the process of weighing. He had another one on.
That last one I weighed, he hadn't bumped up. You gave me an update too, though. Yeah. 13 to 19, right? Yeah. He can catch one fish and catch me. I know that.
Jesse did it in the last 30 seconds yesterday. Pound short.
13 minutes, Matt. You're going to see the drama we've seen a couple times already here with a last second fish to maybe make the difference.
Yep, for sure.
And really, that fish can come from either angler. I mean, if Kurt hooks up, obviously he's going to pretty much extend this thing out of reach. And if Anthony hooks up, we could have a Jesse Brady situation of yesterday, or we could have a miracle last second winner. The old buzzer beater.
One with like 10 seconds to go to get it in quick. It still counts, right?
Yeah. Over the rail it counts.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good question right there.
Yes.
Oh,
He's hooked up.
here we go.
Grable's hooked up. Kurt the
I got
killer.
heavy enough line. I can do it. Yes.
It's going to be close.
That is going to be really close.
It's going to be just
Gone.
over, I think.
Swallowed. Gone. Oh, man.
Can't give a shot of that.
Gone.
Wow.
Just had to switch to a different bait. I'm glad I did. I'm really glad I did.
this thing's 2 pounds, I think that's your dagger.
I would agree. Yeah, I'm still guessing 2 pounds, 2 ounces.
0?
0.
It's going to be really close. I mean, it is really close. This is literally the ender here if it's 2 pounds.
Come on, stop it. 212?
Oh yeah.
212.
Wow.
Before you let that go, give me a little quick smile with it.
Justin Anderson, that's a $5,000 2-pound walleye right there.
Kurt the Killer Grable might have
one.
just closed this thing out. More than likely at this point, that was the Metro Madness Championship winner.
Yep, you can see it automatically populates there. That makes his
Plus
weight
8.5,
22
8.5
pounds, 3
pounds.
ounces. He's got an 8-pound, 5-ounce lead over Anthony.
It's kind of what I figured. I'd catch in this spot going forward in this slack water. It'd be spawned out fish that are just taking a break.
All right, one more. You can probably stick the
8 pounds, 8.5 pounds. That'd be, I don't know how many 27 inches are still full of spawn to be caught. He can do it still. It's going to be a slim chance, but
Just closing in
Got a
on 10
chance.
minutes left. Head-to-head Metro Madness Championship day here. Justin his wife wants to know why he can't catch a $5,000 2-pounder.
huh?
You should be looking at me talking because twice it worked.
I
For
can't.
$500, Justin, you can get your chance.
And the only time I'm not paying attention to my line is when I'm looking at that or looking at the foot pedal or looking at the trolling motor. This is a tough day. This is a really tough day. I did not anticipate there being a bunch. I mean, I should have known. I did watch a little bit of the morning back when I was catching all those fish and that crap yesterday. And I mean, yeah, I don't know. If I was some guy just wanting to go fishing and I saw that, I'd have a really hard time not going right in there. So I didn't really think about that. Yeah, there was just a lot of people in there. I couldn't get them. I seen guys, those guys catching them. A couple guys were, and I missed those couple right away. Got that one. But no, that was very tough. The fish were still there. They wouldn't bite nothing I had. I slid out, and other guys are getting them out deep in that current. I couldn't get them, and I'd rather than just sit there and get frustrated and bang my head against the wall. Let's just run. I've been meaning to fish these spots down here the whole tournament. I just never had to. Today I had to. I got fish on them. I figured. I kind of knew I would. I didn't really know what it could produce, what it would produce. Day one, I went there and pretty much never left. But I was planning on either going there for a couple hours, here for a couple hours, and then the last hour down a little further, just milk run all three of them. Well, I never had to come down here. I'm kind of glad. I mean, if I'd have came down here every day, the first couple days, there'd have been a crowd down here, and every one of these spots that I had kind of in my mind would have been full of boats. So
Such a small area, you can't handle a lot of pressure.
oh no, I mean, I'm back of the boat's in 7 feet of water, and I'm casting into like 6, but they're post-spawn fish and they're hungry, but still, they're not that dumb. They're dumb, but they're not crazy dumb. I didn't miss too many fish. I don't think I missed any that I should have caught. That one back there that when I caught that 6 and then threw back in. That one I missed back there on that purple white ringworm right away. I just don't think I think he had the hook like every other, like the one before, right on the tip of his lips. It's just not going to hold, especially if it's a big fish. Just the hook just too hard. 16th ounce jig I've been using all week. And I got a quarter on the other one. I've only used the quarter when I've had to go into the current. Day two against shirts, I used a 3/8 ouncer with the same swim bait, but they were that was when we could count the fish in the chin. 3 of those last 4 I had right here, which that was fine then. Oh, they were definitely trying to eat that big jig with that swim bait, but a couple of them smashed it and got it, and a couple of them just trapped it and I stuck them. But knowing what we got to do now, yesterday and today, I can't throw that big jig. I did a little bit, but I'm just so nervous that I'm going to hook into one. And I'm going to catch it in the chin and I'm not going to be able to weigh it. So I just had to stick with the smaller jig to make sure they got it.
We're still here with you guys. We're just kind of letting Kurt have his moment here. He's earned it. He's put together 4 incredible days, and it's looking like, barring a 9-pound miracle fish here for Anthony, Kurt the Killer Grable is going to go on to win our second head-to-head event in what's been a very challenging one between the weather, the conditions, everything that's gone on this week. We hats off to Kurt Grable.
I was gonna say that he's gotten a little more chatty here now with that last fish. A little more confidence.
Around 10 o'clock before we ran down here, I thought Jesse was gonna get me there. When he caught those couple more, he must have caught a couple. He had 4, then he had almost 10, I don't know. When I checked back and he was ahead, it's like, oh man, he's just gonna start pulling them 3-ways and just start chipping away with them smaller, maybe get a big one, but I figured he'd just start chipping away at smaller fish and just gain his lead, 2, 3, 4 pounds at a time. I didn't know what I'd catch down here. If I pulled into here and started whacking them, then it'd been a race. But if I couldn't, if he took off, I had no answer for it. And I wasn't gonna put the jig rod down. Maybe if he had 20 pounds on me, but I'd still be sitting down there trying to catch a great big one. 2 great big ones.
Five minutes.
Kurt's giving everybody a lesson on tournament decision making right here, and he's letting everybody know exactly what's gone through his mind.
Jesse right here. Or not Jesse. Spot, trying to get a big one down there where Dempsey got his. I think that's it. No. Gotta go to there.
Kind of quiet, focused. I think it's probably setting in at this point that he needs a miracle fish to have any chance here.
My buddies. He ran down fist bumping, so they must think I'm gonna win it. I think I am right now. 3 minutes. You look 8-pounder right now, it'd be tough to get in the net in 3 minutes. You could do it. But you better hook it right now.
This is what's cool about this format. Kurt has no idea what's going on Anthony's boat exactly right this second, right? And it's going through his head. You hear him talking to himself, just kind of talking to himself through the situation. While Anthony's trying to fish, Kurt's going, well, you better hook it right now. For all Kurt knows, he might have it hooked right now. We're watching something special here. We're watching somebody put on a 3-day clinic and then end up putting 22 pounds in the boat on what's turned out to be a very tough day of fishing as the second day of the cold front has moved in.
Final 2 minutes here of championship day of head-to-head Metro Madness.
I've watched this back and it probably looks weird. I think I'm the only guy that does it. I'm throwing like a light jig. I cast it across the wind. rather than just letting it land and then leaving this great big bowl in your line, that's what I'm doing when I flick my rod down. I'm sticking my line in the water, it lands out there and there's a big bowl in it, and I go like this, and it sticks the line right in the water, a straight line. So if I just want to keep it low, I don't have that big bowl. It just looked kind of weird when I was watching it back. Like, I don't think anybody else is doing that. So I figured I'd explain that. It's kind of goofy.
Yeah, so as we close in on a final minute here, what we're going to do is we're actually going to stay with Kurt.
Yep, or stop it, yeah.
Get kind of the recap on the day, then we'll go to Anthony, get his take, his feelings, and then we'll come back to the studio where Russell and I will wrap up this final amazing day here of Head-to-Head Metro Madness. Don't forget, we're back on the Fox, just a slight change in the schedule, which we'll talk about at the end. So stick with us, everybody. Thank you so much again. Gotta clean up our studio, Russell.
Yep. Pretty special stuff going on right here. Looks like we're gonna have Jeff Nectarline as the inaugural H2H winner, and we're gonna have Kurt the Killer Grable as tournament number 2 winner. Don't forget, we're gonna come right back next Tuesday for Deja Vu on the Fox. And yeah, Tuesday, not Monday. So we're all gonna have a little miss of H2H here on Monday. I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself.
Yeah, withdrawals. People are gonna be going through withdrawals.
But we're gonna have a doubleheader on Tuesday, so we'll have 10 hours of great action.
Have to get their fix.
Not bad. Not bad at all. That was tough.
It's over.
That was
Line's
tough.
out.
Whew.
All right, let's have an interview. We're live.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It's not bad for a temporarily unemployed fishing guide. It's a nice little bonus in the springtime. No, this is good. I can't believe that area up there stuck until today, and I'm so thankful for every single bite I got today because it was really, really tough. I mean, them 2 fish that were just, I mean, literally just outside of their teeth and the tip of their gums. I don't know. You can't make that up that I had 2 like that and actually got them in the net. No, I mean, then congrats to Anthony for getting to this point. I mean, he had a really tough road too. I thought he was going to run away with it at one point today. Huh?
You guys were neck to neck.
Yeah,
for a while.
yeah, I know. I'm sure that's how all the fans wanted it. It ain't quite how I wanted it, but no, that's good. It's really, really good. I can't believe I was able to hook into almost every good bite I had. I mean, the ones that just swallow it, those ones are easy, but the ones that just nip it, I only had one that I think I messed up on. Didn't matter, luckily.
Want to give a shout out to anybody?
Shout out Perch Eyes Guide Service. If you want to come to North Dakota, fishing Devil's Lake, hit up Jason Feldner on his Facebook page or percheyes.com. The sim stuff has been awesome. It's freezing cold today. It's been snowing off and on all day. And I just have the Pro Dry bibs with the thermal pants underneath. It's awesome. Not even close to being cold. And I'm gonna need some more of these rods, but like a 7.2 medium light and maybe a 7.6 medium light, or 2 of those. This thing's awesome. This is the first one I've gotten from him. My dad's got another one. Well, I got these 2 here, but this is the first medium light, and this is like the best plastic pitching rod I've ever used. So,
Who's the maker?
B&B Custom Rods and Ripping. They'll make it just the way you want it. Everything you want, handle size, all that. Pick it all out just the way you want it. Or if you just want this rod, you can probably just call them and say, hey, I want that rod Kurt used. That'll work too, I'm sure. But I don't know. I think I'm good.
All right.
That's all I got.
Let me just zoom in a little bit here. There we go. Okay, so what'd you think about today?
Today was tough, that's for sure. I thought I was onto something right away in the morning. I mean, I was getting bites, catching fish, and it kind of just shut off for me. And then when I got bites towards the end of the day, I didn't make it count, and Grable did. So congratulations to him. And I mean, it was still awesome to fish this. I mean, every day was something new, something different, and very exciting. And thank you to the Reel Shot and Head to Head for putting this on. It's absolutely awesome. Thank you to Speedy Clean, which is my main sponsor, and everybody else that watched and supported me. I really appreciate it. That's about it. Thank you.
There we are.
What to say? There's not much to say.
Boy, I mean, incredible would be the term.
Yeah.
Incredible. Honestly, I have to say, as much as I thought the inaugural event was impressive, a ton of fun, and the final day, Jeff Nectarline put on an absolute clinic. Not only am I just incredibly impressed with both of these guys, Kurt the Killer Grable showed us for 3 straight days. He went on just an absolute heater and just pretty much blew away the field for 3 straight days. But what he did today was maybe more impressive than all that, is when it got tough, he not only got down behind the competition for the first time, but he ended up finishing off as the winner and caught a couple key fish at the end, making a move away from where he had caught all those fish all week. And it would have been very difficult for anybody who's fished tournaments to leave an area where you've piled up 150 or 140 pounds of fish in 3 days and to go to a different spot and put those last couple fish in to win. Wow. That's impressive. But don't forget Anthony. I mean, Anthony Engelbert put on a great show. He fought through it. He's going to go home with some money. And he, most importantly for him, I think he made a name for himself.
I agree. And the ability for both of these guys, not only both of these guys, but the other 14 anglers to handle the pressure that goes with the H2H event is outstanding. I mean, not everybody can handle this kind of stuff. There's a lot of people out there that, want to participate in this stuff, but could you really make it happen on championship day like we saw today? So a great job by everybody. Tactics, slowed down like you called that yesterday, Russell. We had that front, it's still sticking around. They slowed way down, and it worked off for Kurt. So it was an amazing event. So anything else you kind of want to wrap it up with?
I think it was just hats off to both these guys. I really want to say that one more time. I mean, they put on a show in what I think was brutal conditions for 2 days in a row now. Cold front, wind, snow yesterday. I mean, just tough. But, Metro Madness is over.
It is.
We're on to the Deja Vu on the Fox, which we're going to have live next week, Tuesday. We're starting it off right off the bat with a doubleheader, 10 hours of fishing, Deja Vu on the Fox. It's going to be similar situations we had this week, but I think some of the things that didn't play in this week will play in, being downriver spots, the bay spots, because we are seeing every day that went along, we saw more and more post-spawn fish. And those fish are cycling their way down the river and back out into the bay. So a lot of those areas are going to play into a role now and play into effect. So for a lot of people out there that are thinking, well, it's going to be another tournament on the Fox, same as the 2 we just saw, I'm not so sure it's going to be the same. No, I think it's going to be very different. You're going to see some of the same tactics in some of the same areas, but I think everybody was bunched up by the river in the first tournament, or up by the dam, the first tournament. A little bit less this tournament, and I think you're going to see a lot less next tournament. We're going to see a lot of areas and spots we haven't seen before. We now saw 3-way rigging. I think you're going to see some more of that potentially. You might even see some planer boards and some other stuff come into play. So it's going to be really exciting next week.
I agree. So remember, next week, Deja Vu on the Fox. That happens starting Tuesday. We're going to do a couple morning sessions we're morning and a PM session Tuesday. We're going a doubleheader. Then we go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I believe those are all morning sessions from there on out. So then we jump and we take a break from the walleyes there for a while. We get into some bass stuff, which I know there's a lot of people on the chats that are super excited about that. I'm super excited for all the H2H events that are coming up, and really easy if you're interested in fishing any of those. H2HFishing.com. All the information's on there. The rules are on there. The salmon rules will be posted here shortly. the walleye rules, the bass rules, everything coming up. Again, thank you everybody that stuck with Russell and I. We really appreciate the support. Thanks to James Keller, Marianne Husky, Nick Schertz. Did I miss anybody that dropped in the studio?
Not this week. Nope.
Not this week.
Good.
So they all did a great job. Make sure to show support for our cameras, our camera officials. Another job of Brian and Zach.
Absolutely.
Clap for those two great guys. So thank you, everybody. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe out there, and we'll see everybody back here 7 o'clock, I believe, is what we're changing it to. But make sure to stick to the head-to-head Facebook page. It's 7 to noon is what I believe we're doing. Then we're going to take a little bit of a break, and I think we're going to start again at 2 and fish till 7 on
Tuesday.
Yep. So, again, all that information, the printable brackets, all that information will be going to head-to-head Facebook and head-to-headfishing.com. Brackets are up there. I just got word on that. So go ahead and fill out your brackets. Let's have a little bit of fun with that. Have a great rest of your Friday, everybody. Make sure to spend some time. Go ahead.
You and I are going to have a Gatorade bet this time. We're going to fill out our brackets.
I got it in my car.
Yep.
You got to
So,
continue to remember.
We're going to double
brackets.
we're going to double or nothing for the Deja Vu. Matt and I are going to have brackets filled out each.
We'll post them.
We'll post them, and whoever gets more right wins.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thanks again, everybody. Have a safe weekend, and we'll talk to everybody next week, Tuesday.